Welcome back, everyone, to CollegeCoD 2026. What a beautiful time to be alive, and what a wonderful night to kick things off. Action coming to you shortly. My name is Connie, joined by Hyperactive, and we've got ourselves an absolute staple cornerstone matchup, whatever you want to call it. St. Clair Saints, Northwood Esports, back on the picture again. This team finished 4th, that team finished 3rd, and this is only talking about postseason 2025. I mean, before I even get into what these rosters bring, what the action will line up to be, and the expectations to be set, Hyperactive, my friend, how are you? It's been a bit, isn't it, son? We've been a good few months since we last got together.
I know, it's been a hot minute, but, you know, we're here, we're ready, we're about to do probably what should be the most entertaining matchup of today's schedule. Of course, St. Clair versus Northwood, it should be close, and kind of a rebattle against the great true North and strong versus the land of the free once again. We've had it once in the Olympics, now we've got it again here in Call of Duty. So I'm gassed for this matchup.
Yes, all bias aside, though, Hyperactive, there's definitely been some good movements in terms of the rosters for this year, because for Northwood, I mean, they've retained quite a few of their players. I think Flames, Dak, and I always forget who was the addition. Mock. Flames, Dak, and Mock. But Neon this time will not be a part of Northwood Timberwolves because he's on LAT. So that's just another instance of a CCL player getting recruited to the CDL. You know, just another one to add to the many that came before. But St. Clair also again have had quite a reshuffle in terms of their lineup for this year. Not just from the success last year and who was being picked up, who was slotted in, but I mean they have to do something special because they finished 4th last year. That's kind of the general gist here, Hyper.
Yeah, you just got to keep, once you hit those high numbers, the hardest thing is to maintain that roster. Then you got to maintain that positioning and the mentality to be able to attack in the same way. It's a lot of pressure to go top 4, let alone top 10 in a league like this where there are so many universities that are fighting to get into playoffs. So yeah, I see the pressure on St. Clair, and you know, being grateful to be invited over to St. Clair's facilities and knowing what they have available to them. I don't doubt for sure that this roster can maintain another Cinderella run. But St. Clair, you said about those small changes. Well, those small changes brings back some amazing names. They bring back the challenger rosters that we saw in Black Ops 6 run under that Cabal name.
Yeah, Cabal were interesting last year, weren't they? They're big underdogs. The org with the least amount of money pumped into the roster and just somehow managed consistent top 3s across the region where, you know, seeds 5 through 8 were on higher salaries combined than what we were expecting from Cabal's overall economic input. But they just scouted brilliantly and they picked up a lot of players that were high risk, unproven, just needed a spot on a team in the top 8 to have a chance to prove themselves. So it was an amalgamation, a real stuck together roster that just worked. And it's one of the few times in COD where a set piece like that has come off. And that's just how it goes, Hyper.
Yeah, there's small changes later on to refine and increase, but you know that's part of the challenger side of things. That's not the collegiate side of things. And talking collegiate, we have to talk about these head-to-heads because it is going to be a nail biter. Let's just mount up this scorelines: 7 O's across the season records, and then 6 O's across the S&D Hardpoint and the Overload. They have both not dropped a map. It reads perfection across the board.
It means that something's going to change within either team. Someone's O will go. And it's the first real test in their... It's clearly the first real test in their conference. And that's where it's always the most special sort of comparison, Hyper. Not just excellence across the board, as you mentioned, but, well, now these are the 2 best outcomes across the board, the 2 top teams. They're going to have to go battle, and it's going to be fun because we expect at the full distance, given that they've already had such a demolition job beforehand coming into the conference itself and their run last year and the placements overall at LAN. So I just want to see exactly how it unfolds. But the map step itself they've picked out is quite special in its own right. We float over to a Scar hardpoint to kick things off, then a raid S&D and a Den overload. If we will need it, Hyper, we'll go to a Den hardpoint and a Den search and destroy, where from overload on, we're sticking to the same course, the same map, the same recipe.
Yeah, very much, you know, so much variety towards the end. But we have to look at what's coming up first before we get too excited before that end period, which should be very much familiar. Scar has been probably one of the biggest picks that I've seen for what I would say Overload. It very is a strong Overload map, but when it comes to a hard point, it's that number 2. Colossus number 1, I feel everybody loves to get on Colossus and have fun with it, but Scar just keeps creeping up, keeps coming back into that rotation as being a beautiful map, particularly some strength points, some little money hills that you can play around with, being P2. That balcony that you can play off and just hide around the corner plays dividend in terms of strategy. When you start to press inside, you have to get up onto height to go and clear that balcony position, which 9 times out of 10 there's somebody hiding there, and getting rid of them is not gonna happen.
Well, that's just the beauty of the game, Hyper. Scar Hardpoint will kick off our series, and it will also be the first instance where either team will take their undefeated map record and hardpoint record away from the other. So I'm just more excited overall to understand how we fit this all in and how we piece this together, because it's going to be messy to kick things off. Scar, notorious in the opening hill, just to dive bomb, just to smash utility over the top and try and make sure that you have the first foot in the door and the barrel up ready. But as we get into the proceedings, Katsi, of course, with the new stand-in, not just stand permanent for Northwood, as Noom has moved over to the CDL. The first trade takes place in the center map, and KB is on the hill.
Already, St. Clair wanting to get those early points, but it's all about what's that next positioning, which, yeah, Northwood could fight, they could press forward. As they try and do so, St. Clair will deny them. Now you just sacrificed that P2 position that they were so calmly holding, and St. Clair, thank you very much. We'll take great points at the start, and we're going to start looking at the next hill. That's strong.
Yeah, massive opener there. 29 points, and they've actually managed to spawn up in Motel, which means one thing: they have got the hole punch available to rotate. Northwood have to cover more lanes, therefore spreading thin their ability to overload a portion of the map, so they're going to be down 1 to 2 in the terms of the trades. Now, opening up, St. Clair have punished us nicely, and even floating over towards the roster itself, Hyper, all 4 players from last year retained for this year. So the only change between these two really is, you know, Katsi filling in for Neem, who now officially is not with Northwood anymore. So it's pretty much the same set story, and St. Clair relying a lot on the similar patterns from last year, where KB on the hill, paying dividends, 50 seconds crossed, is, yeah, he tends to be more of the person that can have the most impact to allow Kuti and Rupa to fry.
Yeah, don't allow Kuti to get his wings out, because that's when things start going downhill. But again, you can't rule out KB as he turns around the outside, finds a second, and he is an anchor that you just need to break. Find a way to destroy his spirit, but St. Clair, they're going to allow Northwood to take this P2, allow the scraps to go in their favor, because once again, they're quick, they're responsive, they've got themselves to P3.
They're very punishing as well. They're just hiding around corners, playing dirty off angles behind cover to make it difficult now for Northwood to even take a lane, even mount to attack. Oh, but the skulls drop. It's down to just KB to hold it down, and a 1v1 for at least the final few 40 seconds of this hill, because that's just spawn control perfection right there. Northwood didn't have enough players crossing the north side of the map, so St. Clair will control. They can now get another 30 seconds to cross over to 100 points, and they just play with options here, Hyper. It's very much an open game where St. Clair have got themselves in the driving seat.
They've got full control, and they've even got themselves in a position where, even though you can see Katsi in the depths of the deep spawns trying to make sure that Northwood gets control, it just doesn't come through because that buddy system starts to come in. We're seeing KB, we're seeing C-Wads slowly rotate together, making sure there is cover for them as they start to punish Northwood further, and Northwood throwing single bodies onto this point.
Very punishing, but the idea remains the same. They have still kept KB in position where he has truly soaked the most for this team. If he's on the hill, he gets the most kills and most impact. So why not let everyone just sort of float around, free roam, and block and take spawns where they see fit. But in terms of Northwood, they have to constantly be on the offensive here, Hyper. So they're constantly trying to punch a hole onto hill. This has just been the last case for this whole rotation. It's the reason why they're down 100 points. They've been fighting for the last 20 rather than at least the lion's share. 40 seconds, getting your initial, playing the contests heavy.
Can we just point out the streaks that are coming here? 3 for Cootie, 7 for KB, 3 for C-Ward. It was 3 for Rupert, but he will get dropped to the floor. 9 now for C-Ward. Holy cow, it just keeps on going, and St. Clair showing that his elbow's up from here onwards. Finally, C-Ward gets dropped, and Northwood has a small opening, a small brief opportunity, but quickly St. Clair stuffs it in and says, no, you're not pressing forward in the slightest.
Just perfect tandem between the two ARs here. It's just C-Wads and Rupert running their own little world, allowing KB to just fly on in, where he has been soaking the hill for the first rotation. Now he's taking more of a free range approach. And I love how the tactics evolve on the fly here, because at 186 to 29, Northwood are kind of dead and buried here, Reese. It would take an absolute miracle for them to get stuck in, and they have done so well here to flip the spawns and take the scrap time on this hill, but where they have to kind of keep things perfect from here on out, well, the gunfight in middle really goes down to Flames and his pinch, and KB set position here inside the connecting shop to make sure that he can control all the crossing players.
Yeah, KB's not going to be looking for that P1. St. Clair know that P1 is just a free-for-all site. They're looking towards P2. So they could completely throw this entire hill and still put Northwood into that 100-point club. And St. Clair are looking to try and get a close to closing. They can't do it on this hill, but the next rotation, 100%, it could be game, set, and match.
Oh, very, very tight finish here. I say that, pedantically, Hyper, because, I mean, it's been an absolute clubbing, my friend. At 2:20, 30 more seconds to close this out. This will not be closed out on this hill, but they're already setting up for new. That's St. Clair. That's the method and the fundamentals we love to see. A team in domination, controlling the map, not really taking any sort of shortcut, and not even getting lazy at any point in time. They're really allowing everyone to get a foot in the door. And they've just now got one last push, one last wave Northwood have available. C-Wads is taking a distraction roll up top, up through the mid. That's going to be Cootie there, down low, and AR. He's just pieced up Northwood, 241. Oh, what a fantastic close, Hyper.
Damn fantastic, and in the eyes of St. Clair, it is a perfect run. What a way to open the doors, 250 to 36. And we were sitting here saying this was going to be a showstopper. Well, it was a showstopper for St. Clair. They put them to the ground, dead and buried.
Difficult one to take on board. I think there's not much recruitment of criticism or ideas that you could have for Northwood after that one. It's just a real scratch of the head and we got absolutely demolished. There's no more that you can say. We can pull up the graph. It's not going to be a good graph at all. It's just, it's just a problem that clearly gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's just the gap that St. Clair formed over Northwood. And really, it was consistently getting time on hills. Look at Northwood from P1 at 16 seconds in the first set of rotations, all the way through to P1 on the next set of rotations. We've got 20 seconds. 20 seconds. That's about 4 seconds a hill. They got absolutely shut out of every single door, every single push onto the objective. No time could even be swallowed. They were constantly in contests. They were constantly getting shot off hill. They were constantly getting shot from spawn. It wasn't a fun time.
No, it looks like someone tried to draw a graph, but the bottom line just wasn't ruled down. That's how poor the Northwoods hard point on Scar ended up being. And I tell you what, I even sat here pre-game and said St. Clair should be banning Scar. We could see that Northwood's gone 2-0 on this map. St. Clair haven't even touched it at all in this season. Nah, they've just put one on the board and turned around and gone, yeah, we can do this map as well and make it look all too easy. But a lot of Northwood, I felt, was just attacking solo. I don't know if that was just me or if that genuinely was the strat they were looking at.
And the numbers themselves tell a very one-dimensional story here, Hyper. I mean, every single person from St. Clair went positive. KB had a 3.0 KD. C-Wad's pretty much bordering on a 2. Rupa bang on a 2. QT on like a 1.6. The damage as well is obnoxious. Rupa 448 per hill. 448 damage per hill. When you look at the average of Northwood, that's about 240 there, 264, 203. Highest was Flames at 314. I don't look at the overall damage because the max is 2911 there from Rupa, again, corresponding to his damage per hill. But you just look at how many kills were really spread, because once you control spawns and time's on your side and Northwood started to slowly pull themselves out of the fixture, it's just not going to be a scoreboard that's very much like, oh wow, let's pull up these stats, magnify them. Because really, KB spent the entire first rotation in the hill killing Northwood off it and being the biggest real like centerpiece for the team to keep this course so far away.
It's horrible. So I feel if you're Northwood, you want to forget this and look ahead. You want to look at your next map, which will be Raid, and an SND, a completely different shake-up, a different way of attacking. And I guess, Connie, the question I ask you is there a chance for Northwood to maybe have somewhat a closer match against St. Clair on the SND?
Maybe. I feel like Mock in this lineup is going to be very crucial for Northwood. An S&D veteran, for one thing. He knows how to control the map. He knows how to coordinate an AR and get first bloods, get crucial picks to really throw it into disarray. Flames as well. A veteran of the wager scene back in the day, so I can definitely say that them two will definitely have some ideas to bring to the table, to set the 4 players up overall, to make sure the map goes smoothly. St. Clair, though, as I've mentioned on the hard point, have retained all 4 players from last year. That is now their second full year as a 4, where they finished 4th last year in postseason playoffs, and their search and destroy is the reason they got there in the first place. It's just going to be a very interesting, dynamic to cross. Nothing more can be added onto what is a great formula already, but they're building on it overall in such a fantastic way. Before you ask, yes, I put some glasses on, not to make myself look cooler, just make sure that I'm actually focusing on the screen. Make myself nice and calm.
It's all about style points here, okay? I get it, get it. I don't have any on hand, they're in the other room, but we'll let it slide this time. 1-0.
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much, Hyper. I appreciate your conscious thought on that.
You're welcome, all day, every day. But yeah, I do want to kind of elaborate on the point. Yeah, St. Clair's got this really, really well-oiled roster, but I do want to bring out some of the negativities that we started to see in the Black Ops 6 era, where we started to see that roster have its highs, but there were a lot of struggles and lows, particularly when we take that roster and move it into the challenger scene, which... Can we compare apples to apples? I'd pretty much say we could fairly do apples to apples and say that you could take a lot of the CCL rosters and put them against the challengers, and they would have a fairly good fight. So there was definitely a lot of room to improve. So I would definitely sit here and say that there are things that St. Clair have worked on and they've clearly looked at, and those have been so fine-tuned that any other university or any other roster that has currently come against them have struggled to find those cracks and struggled to find a way to break this very confident and methodical. And I think that's the word to describe them, is methodical, because every rotation had a purpose, every position had a purpose, and every shot had a target. That's the St. Clair you want to see.
But already, Jack opening up proceedings, but Flames also making a meal of it in the process. Oh, I was going to say, an excellent snipe to open it up, but Flames just runs off the map. So immediately tying up into 3v3, And look at the split here from St. Clair Saints. ColegeCoD playing the island. Rupert still has his sniper available, and he cuts away Katsi from mid. And Dak has just been absolutely swarmed. St. Clair control kitchen, now can coordinate to either A or B because they have the bridge path all locked in. Mocking a 1v3, and he's already fired his bullets away from player down low. Has to play defensive, will get stunned and tagged up from this position. Can't isolate because St. Clair are playing barrel to barrel.
Not much room you can do from there, Northwood. Good opening pick. Get that sniper out, pick out one of St. Clair's, make them feel weaker. But that 2-1 split was perfect. One go, we saw that ColegeCoD giving an open pathway onto B. That should not happen. You shouldn't be leaving sites completely open where you can't spot the rotation to come through, and then be able to backstab off the end of it all to give mid control to the rest of the team. It's a recipe for disaster if you open the doors to allow mid in full control to one team.
Absolutely hyper. Never a mistake can be caught clearer. But again, the usual set pieces will take place. One will clear Black Van on ramp, and Northwood have actually taken it and slipped through calmly. St. Clair, though, reading the pressure comfortably. No tags in mid, so now they're going to go towards the south side of the map. So it'll be a head-to-head, wall-to-wall gunfight.
Close. Personal. Will be a traded back and forth, but again, ColegeCoD will come out on top on that fight. Flames able to get another. Can he find that second as he peeks around the corner? There it is. Third has to dip out the way, but KB is able to keep the game alive and to his advantage with a victory. That shouldn't have been St. Clair's win. That was looking northwards.
And what happened? Well, we just saw clearly that they did not count the numbers correctly. And/or they weren't even searching for the extra man at points in time. They're playing the trades, and in terms of equalizing to the final 1v1, I mean, KB was just hiding around the corner all that time. His teammates did all the work and had all the horsepower to get him in a great position to even close. He knew that he was shooting flames at like 30 HP, an easy target nonetheless, and 2-0 to kick things into gear for St. Clair. They're in the driving seat. There needs to be a massive blind counter from Northwood in this position, whereas KB already has cleared one player, hit Marcus through the wall, but will the intel be enough? Because look at what we're doing. We're zooming in here on KB, and Northwood now use the stuns to really partner up into 2 blocks of 2 on A and B.
A good split, with which you can see is Katsi being able to control that mid, making sure nobody sneaks through, and as I mentioned, danger of holding midpoint is huge. Flames finds one, can't get the second as Rupert says thank you very much. Seaward's able to get some assists from afar. Now down to Dak. It's a doable situation, but the 1v2s, especially on A site, I don't rate the chances here.
Well, I mean, great reposition here from St. Clair. Rupert's right next door to Dak. Dak has to take control of the pillars because it's the most cover available. But it's the same story as we saw last round. They just split up nicely and time it perfectly so that the one player that will die, the other player will be right in the back of where his enemy is. So it's just excellent piecing, excellent pathing, and they just predicted the round so perfectly right in the 2v1 closing stages.
It feels like that was just the post-plan plan. Get it down, move out, make sure you cut through top art, and then find your way wrapping around pillars, because then you can, from the art position, art through to Zig, you can spot anybody who is rotating across through open from that B site. So, yeah, this set plans that St. Clair are pulling out are working brilliantly, and they're not having to react at all. And there we go, an opening 2 to kick things off.
Quick round, we'll say that right there. You're absolutely right, Hyper, in terms of where we've seen these little micro niches come in, little routes, little paths that really changed around. Well, doesn't even matter where you go. Pillars, back laundry, straight through kitchen. It's just St. Clair have the confidence now. 4-0. They're winning gunfights head to head. They're wrapping and pathing behind the enemy lines. It's just, you know, scratching the head for everyone in Northwood of what has to change, because these are two teams coming in head to head that were identical in score, the two top teams within their conference, and third and fourth last year. And St. Clair are running away with the search and destroy, and they already won the hard point by 220 points. It's almost like we're just seeing, you know, some fifth graders versus college students. It really is an absolute mismatch.
Oof, that's harsh, but it's true. Flames opening pick will say thank you very much. Mock will also get one as well. This is a bit better from Northwood as they finally are able to take map positioning, but Seawards and Cootie brings it back, and all that hard work, that advantage that was brought forward to them, taken away in a matter of seconds. Did Seawards see Dank as he crossed through? I don't think he did.
No, it was completely missed in the middle, Hyper.
It almost felt like for a brief second I thought I saw the outside of the white markings. Dank will say thank you very much. Now advantage to Northwood. Can they capitalize and put a round on the board here? 30 seconds left on the clock to get the bomb planted or to get those kills done.
Ah, beautiful pinch and excellent cover from Northwood. We thought for a second that Cootie was going to be able to get away, but again, with the information core and the playstyle so tight, Flames had to run around and made sure he had the back covered. Excellent kill and then excellent conversion. Still, I mean, Cootie did all he could in that situation. Especially had to be hyper-aggressive in the 1v2, and a post plant could even more be intimidating.
Oh, a post plant would massively help Northwood. I think they need more of that, more of those situations. But St. Clair won against them. So what? That's the mentality you have to have. So what? Okay, I gave you one on the board. Consider this charity, and completely wipe Northwood off the board. That's their mentality, and that's exactly how you start. Catsy down already.
Yeah, Flames is going for a swim. His teammates picked up bomb in his own spawn. Look at how far spread out Northwood are. This is not ideal positioning, especially now that the bomb carriers are falling his lonesome. We'll have to regroup with Mock. Not even in the situation here. Has to be now the last pathing moment. St. Clair already will cover their pinch. Yeah, textbook. Every single player got isolated because every single player was isolated from Northwood. You saw the three players left up from the first blood and first point of contacts. They were just too far away from each other. All covered a corner of the map, but really you needed a stack somewhere because Northwood, St. Clair were running as a 4 for the entirety of that round.
Buddy system. That's what I like to call it. Yeah, little friends. May it be 2 and 2, or a 3 and 1. Either way, if you got your buddies around you, it just makes life so much easier to trade off if one falls, and that's exactly what they've been taking advantage of. These nades making a mass amount of noise, and what that does is allow some aggressive push from St. Clair to get into the middle of the map. Cootie finds 2 and it gets taken down before a trade back from Northwood. It's a 2v1, Seaward and Rupa versus Catsy. And Catsy has to make a clutch of his life to not get 6-1 in this game.
Yeah, not a lot of opportunity here. Is being slowly fenced away by Rupa with an AR. And has to cut through mid carefully to make sure that he can piece it. But hang on a second. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, this is one of the more tense gunfights you'll see. But overall, it's not going to be a very smooth one nonetheless. As St. Clair, Rupa convert 6-1 in the search and destroy. 2-0 in the series. And Northwood really are being put to their own right now. Not an impressive look so far. Not even a competitive series as of late.
I'm disappointed. Did we both stay up to midnight to have a complete wipeout? We were expecting something that was supposed to be tense in close battle, but it feels like Northwood is sleeping on the British time and ready to go to bed. It is just not looking strong at all, and something is missing, whether that be mentality or their strategy. Something is not lining up.
I just have to say, in terms of overall perspective, and keeping this very tidy. Northwood need to really inject themselves comfortably here in the Overload, and it is a great chance for them to do so. It's very different from what they've played so far, and the excellent reset if need be. I feel like this year it's been more of a case of the Frios are a little bit harder to come by across all levels, unless there's a clear skill gap. The Overload is an excellent, re-injection of pace, and an excellent mental reset itself, Hyper. So Northwood could win it. I have faith. It's just St. Clair. The first half, it will be very telling in the first half what's going to happen. And I feel like St. Clair with KB and Rupert, they're just red hot right now. Nothing's going to stop them.
No, nothing is going to stop the St. Clair team. I think in terms of just the gunning skills, which is very, very important towards an Overload, it is looking towards the members in green. They are on top of them, they're winning those critical fights, but there are elements that start to creep through. We've seen Flames, as shown from a scoreline of a 5 and 6, is stepping up, is winning those critical moments to keep the team in play, to keep the Timberwolves on track, but it can't be reliant on one player to do that heavy lifting on a small map like Den. You've got to have all your players stepping up, create those openings, and then consistently win these gunfights when they start spawning back in as well. There's a lot that the Northwood Timberwolves need to do for me to comfortably say that the Overload is going to be somewhat so close.
It's not just going to be a very tense Overload, it's going to be an incredible Den to watch as well, because if they convert on this one, we're going to be sticking this map all the way through to map number 5. That's what I find quite exciting, because they've settled for a Den. You look at the actual vetoes themselves, not going to touch the exposure for Northwood. St. Clair probably had the pick of this one and chose for a Den Overload in their own right. Yeah, regardless of who picks what, I think St. Clair will go into favourites every single map, given how Northwood have been, performing thus far. And they're going into a very, very structured 3-lane map here, Hyper. Not a Scar where you can sort of say, well, we can cut it up and make sure that it's so open. This is like, okay, well, the walls are so hard, geography so vertical. There's too many mechanics to factor in to make it that you're the most incredibly gifted player in terms of movement to do well. Teamwork is the most important factor I got to highlight as we go into Den Overload, because it's the most easy to exploit if Northwood can figure out how to stop Kuti KB.
Yeah, and talking of Den as well, again, part of my predictions of what maps I expected to be banned, my predictions was completely off, and normally I'm quite good at predicting things, but Den, Overload, St. Clair have played it 5 times and won all 5 times. So why the hell, when you have these facts and stats at hand, do you allow Den to be picked? And it's not like they were, St. Clair was good at the other maps. No, there was very clearly a weakness that they had shown. Scar. If they had chosen Scar and banned Den, most likely Exposure could have been banned, and then that would have left us to Scar. And then we'd have advantage to the Northwood. But no. I don't get this veto, but we'll see how it unfolds.
Yeah, you can't really call anything too early, Hyper, because Den Overload is fun. It's also the most structured in terms of defensively playing well, but already it's about your position and jostling for control on the EMP straight off. And despite KB getting the first 2 kills in the feed and opening up the proceedings, Kuti's already playing this well. Points of contact have been established so far across all 3 major exits on this EMP. Therefore, the ARs now be the last one set up in the flow. And who's won it? Well, St. Clair in this situation already will have players positioned for the first real take and attack of this game.
Yeah, but you got to be mindful that number 3 of KB is going to be... I think we got some... Yeah, the colors are switched just for your reference of everybody. White is now St. Clair, green is the Northwoods. But yeah, Kuti was getting deep inside those spawns, and then was not able to capitalize on it. So right now, contrary to colors, Northwood upper hand in this situation and coming up on top of these fights.
Exactly. Although St. Clair have completely cut them off here right at the front door. Now looking at their path in, they've allowed for KB to cut through mid, but again, they've stacked towards the south side. That's where, you know, Northwood will have the close spawn. And KB pretty much made a play for nothing in this situation. We'll now force a pinch and we'll have to reset for a wave. That's if, Hyper, we see any stalls.
We're going to get some stalls again. Number 3 of KB playing Spawn Trap, looking to see what he can pick up and slow down from that Northwood side. And it's so critical. You can get a player to be crowd control in Overload. Because if without that, then all the attention gets focused onto the point, and in doing so, they push forward, grab it, and start running themselves. So, crowd control, very important. A double push will open another little area of the map up, able to push themselves into window and then through dojo. But this could be an open opportunity. Maybe a rush to go get the first point in, and it is done. A first point St. Clair, but Northwood are stepping up here.
They're doing well, and they've made sure again to really plan an excellent push here. Katsu, though, again, first real show for him here against the top team in already with an established core 3 against a team that's been wow and entering their second year, has the gel, has the mechanics to really, you know, win a title this year. Let's be realistic here, Hyper. I feel like this is just, you know, their first real look of what is going to be a long old season for Northwood. We've got so many lessons to learn from this one. This is, look at their push. They're really fenced in here, not just in the southeast side of the map, but they can't cut through mid because, again, they're just getting bullied off these power positions.
Rupert nearly winning that 1v1 with a pistol. That's disgraceful if you lose to just a pistol. But once again, Northwood, they bunker themselves in through lockers. We know that that is the favorable routes to take and the easiest one to get that hit. But oh wow, that was nearly a cheeky run for Dak, but quickly spotted by the St. Clair squad. But yeah, as I was saying, A is going to be that easier hit because it's a narrow channel to take. But they need to be careful because it's so easy to quickly flip and send it north to B.
Really got that game breathe here for a second, Hyper. Only because Northwood now have got to try and cut the avenues again, where St. Clair are just punching beautiful holes through the middle of the map and through the south side just to get in the enemy spawn. Make it really complicated. Cause these awkward respawns where the EMP itself will be just difficult to cap. And, well, CollegeCoD is making even more of a meal towards Northwood's woes. They have just not found the pathing, but they do have, at least in this instance, a reset to defend this next one where St. Clair will have the EMP.
No, don't do it again. Don't do it on them. A double kill needed, and there's 4. Halftime is done, and once St. Clair got that rhythm going, it was no way of stopping them. And I just feel that in this situation, like, as much as I would be all for that buddy system, all for sticking together, they're leaving open routes, so open routes for St. Clair to capitalize, and then when St. Clair commit, the rotation is so slow and so late that it's usually either 1 or 2 players that come across that gets outshot by the likes of Seaward or KB. You can't be allowing that. Just can't. No.
Even more of a challenge to just dance in mid-map. I've allowed Northwood here to have the first opening here, and maybe they might come to rue the map. Although CollegeCoD has just completely found his way back in enemy lines again. And again, it's just stalled the progression. It's just stalled Northwood here in a very difficult spot. They're just down to try and find a hole. They found a hole on the south side of the map. And now they've got to try and convert it comfortably.
Oh no, open route on the north. And it's going to be St. Clair putting another one in. 2 down. And they were all spawning south because they need to get rid of KB. And KB, once again, it's going to be a menace. He's going to come for the rear. And they haven't cleared him yet. You need to get him gone. Just
critical analysis here right now, Hyper. It's not looking good, Brev. Not looking good, Brev.
No looking good, Brev. Oh, he just danced past him. This is 6. This is 6-0. It's like watching a Sunday League play against Manchester City.
Yeah, it is a great comparison. And to mention, Northwood beat St. Clair on position last year in postseason. So, yeah, this is quite a shocking, conundrum for them to face. I feel like St. Clair are also just like, yeah, we've got a pretty good season ahead of ourselves here.
I probably should have done a North American reference. It's like the beer league playing against the NHL players. That's what it's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. There's that better. I think all the North Americans got that.
That's fine. Regardless, I think we all understand what's going on here. It's just not great for Northwood, and it's going to be a massive reshuffle back at the camp, just to get everyone on the same page, everyone aligned. Because regardless, I do think that we will see Catsy here run for the whole season. It's just a small pocket, a small window into where they have to improve. We see it clear as day. St. Clair do have the chemistry built upon from last year, and they are, they're the only real team right now that I can see challenging Oklahoma Christian, as if all things go their way. That's just how tight it is.
It's the same old positioning, but this is when it's now becoming mad dashes. That push we just saw had no purpose behind it. It was just, let's just run, see what we can get. There's no strategy anymore. But this is the furthest back we've seen the EMP towards an objective, and maybe one little push could find a point towards Northwood. I speak too soon, and the commentator's curse is such a beautiful thing, because just like that, mid-control has been fantastic for Northwood, but it's the outside lanes where they have not been able to get any control. It's done, it's dusted, it's a complete and utter wipeout. 8-0 and 3-0 in the series.
Oh, a magical performance nonetheless, as St. Clair have taken everything away from Northwood in this series. Undefeated record, undefeated series record. Just this overload itself, I mean, there wasn't even a single point to gather. There's no point in showing a graph. No point in showing any stats here in this one. It's clear as day what happened. There's just so much to talk about in terms of where the improvements lie, but I think Northwood will have to just continue as per usual and really highlight this internally as to what the goals are for this year. We can't let St. Clair do that to us again. In fact, we should be the ones doing that to St. Clair down the line. So yeah, I'm just assessing, what's being said, what thoughts are crossing the minds of these players.
I think the first thought, if you are a Northwood player, is how the hell did we get absolutely rinsed in that game? That's their first thought. But once they get past that kind of, oh my god, we got absolutely shattered, they're going to look and try and find the little positives. There were brief moments where Northwood did step up against St. Clair. They did show presence. They were able to gain the odd points, the one round against them on Raid, the 36 points that we saw on Scar. It seems like nothing, but those little things are enough for any team to go, right, let's look into this in greater detail. And we know Northwood have the facilities, they have the team to go and break down those small moments, see what St. Clair was doing, how they were doing it, and what the Northwood did right in those brief moments to counter or at least contest.
Yeah, small lapses really is the difference here, Hyper. Little moments of concentration just flicking away from the core objective, or even on, the right play. You're just debating between, do we put our foot on the gas, do we trust our system, or do we just revert back to dirty habits? Look at the numbers, they'll tell you the story. Mark did not have a great performance since Overload. Definitely, if we were to see him in his numbers drop a little bit, then yeah, it would have had more of an injection to Northwood, because he's a very crucial AR and can be a centerpiece on these objective-based game modes because he can be quick with the AR. But also in this situation, Rupert and Kuti were on fire. KB as well continues his form from last year. In fact, has been better this year based on what we've seen so far. Last year, his only real sort of drawback was that he didn't really have the depth or the knowledge to deal with many clutch situations or many fake situations, but he's clearly been working on that in the offseason because it feels like now he's even more well-rounded than he was last year. The slaying power's still there, the mindset's still there, the grind is still there. So yeah, KB could be, you know, the one to watch in my opinion. He's already put Northwood to the sword.
He very much has always been the glue for the St. Clair squad, and he IGLs well, he anchors well, everything that you expect from KB, he does with confidence, and he steps up to those situations to almost, it feels like he leads this team because he's playing those OBJ points, he's playing those positions to allow those star players like Kuti, like Seawards to show up, to allow them to be to do the rest of the work. But realistically, you know, you take a coach's eye, you take our eyes, it all goes back to him and his leadership and how he has been able to keep his team somewhat so in check when they need to, but as I said, allow them to spread their wings. And it's just pure genius, pure genius.
Nothing more conventional type. It really was an open-close situation today. Not for the teams themselves, but also to understand exactly where we're seeing Northwood and where we're seeing St. Clair. Two of the top four. That's where I find it so interesting because the leadership's already so strong for St. Clair because they already have the established core. They've kept all four players on. I'm going to say it again. It means their tactics will be developed and they might even perform just as good as last year because they were already a very nutritional group of four and not a stuck together group of four where, you know, they don't really want to be there. They're just there playing for the sake of it. With Northwood, they've lost Noom, who, as we know, is great. Very big shoes to fill for Katsi. But no, he needs to grow. I think that Northwood understand that we've got another fourth coming in that's going to be a bit of an interesting development as to what roles we switch. So I do think Northwood will be switching some roles around rather than dropping players. So it's just interesting to see because naturally there's 3 ARs in that team at any given time. They're just, you know, those sorts of players. I think Flames can run a sub. I must say, I think they were going to try and get Katsi in quickly to be an entry because he is quick, he's rapid, but he has to be very much locked in on winning 50-50s, 60-40s, and setting the team up so that, you know, they can break because there was no breaks at all from Northwood in that hard point. That's a big red flag early on in the season.
Yeah, I do agree. The bringing a new player in, I don't think we really highlighted that enough. You know, one of your players has just been transferred to the CDL towards the LA Thieves. So that is, first of all, one of the greatest achievements that anyone can do. You finally made it to the top stage. How long can he stay there? That is the question with the economy of the CDL and Call of Duty. But even so, when you bring a new player in, yeah, that shakes up that dynamic. It really does take away everything you've built because now you've got to teach that onto the new player who potentially was already listening in the first place, but still, you've got to teach them those mentality, and then you've got to bond in the same way. That will take time, and the Timberwolves, they very well could build from this and come back to the form of their 5th seed that we expect them to be, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take some teething problems throughout. So I don't expect it to come immediately, but yeah, St. Clair, mwah, Canada
Chef's
wins.
kiss. I see that you're a happy man. You can walk away comfortably with this and the knowledge of knowing so. But we are going to settle it here. St. Clair 3, Northwood 0, and it's the first meeting of them this year. We definitely will see more of the sort as we go on throughout the season. Definitely not their first rodeo, but definitely a defining moment and definitely one to look back on when they face each other again. We're now going to go to a quick break before we get off with series number 2. So don't go anywhere. Have a quick refreshment. We'll be right back with some new set of casters and the second block of matches coming up with you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it, still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? It's a case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now as Revy finds the merciless.
Hey, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
He's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schluck now the last man alive in a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midwegos to even get a chance on this defense. Their number one, Cal. He's in the back. He's found one. He's found two. That's Honor as well. That'll be all four dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from CollegeCoD. Actually gives him a lot in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up to 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time around. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2!
They've slipped the blind through the back net of P4, and they've got 2 kills that have gone their way. So as the Condors thought they would have the rotation with 8 seconds left, it's in the back. It's all down to Savvy. He has to win the 1v1. He finds the first. Second now on a slide around the corner. Ferno wins it, and now it's the Buckeyes who have the hill.
Oh my god, as close to being down to the wires as it can possibly go, but Buckeye COD have been great at holding this P2, so this is trouble for the Condors. Buckeye trying to take us to map number 5. One more chance for the Condors to break on through. They have 5 seconds to do so. Will they be able to do it? Enigma picking up 2. Is it enough? It is! Want that left up in the 1 versus 3, it's Savvy, but I feel like this is such a difficult map to pull anything other than a 1v2 from, especially with that bomb down. You can play so tight to get.
You have an opportunity to reach out this out. If player 3 is just going to make the wrap all the way back around through spawn, that's another 1v1 that you give away for free. Just going to play this corner here and look for the challenge. And with 12 seconds left, no way. Juicy slides the corner, and Savvy does it yet again. Bomb still has yet to go down, and Peach was able to find one on the crew, so this is an opportunity for Wichita State here, although it looks grim.
That bomb being down.
To pull off a comeback like this, Duke's her first one dead. Manny's swimming all the way through the floor. Are they going to be able to read this? I don't think the answer is going to be yes. On the backside of the hot tub, Manny will pop up and say, hello, Mr. P. Go top of the box.
About can't get the kill, agonizingly close. And the first blow going for Prada, trying not to get traded out himself. Peach eventually picking up 1. The run through coming through, the timing going to be immaculate. Peach the last alive once again. And Oklahoma has blood, just shows they have it all unlocked from here. 4 versus 3, make it 4 versus 2. Dear God, they found the rhythm.
Oh, straight sprint up top. Dusher gets nuked off the map. Kaiser, although he's 7-5, he's last alive in a 1v3, and he doesn't.
Kaiser is frantically trying to search for something, a pick, anything to give him a chance. The clock's run down, his time has run out, and Oklahoma go 2-0 up in this series.
Just more or less, it feels like they're just trying to not concede rather than attack, which is a very scary mindset to play with, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, sure. Rutgers trying to move forward here. Ricky, tip of the spear, doing well. Ricky!
But I think we've already seen so far in this series that they don't really have that manpower to go direct 4-on-4. They need to think outside of the box, and they need to start playing the angle.
There we go back to mid-map once again for control. Jake gonna get a capture here as well. Unfortunately, he's just gonna try and walk you about, trying to embarrass your teammates. There's one. Second one's gonna challenge it. Bloodshot, surely.
Oh, no.
There's three. Why are you challenging him? He's gonna know he's there. He's looking for the fourth in the back. He finds it.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kate Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, all right, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2. Probably why it's my favorite game, but still relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on kill horn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. Probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Cells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it, we thought. We had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. Losing those long-time guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think it is boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is Kay Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding this.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a CollegeCoD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the CollegeCoD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun. Making a name for yourself is fun. It's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently, like, the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were, like, watching the football game. And so, like, then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like, the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team. And I was like, that's me. It's really, really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward, so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future, maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was, and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Well, let's do it. Top cut action here in the Midwest Metro. My name is Corin. With me is Verdict, and we've got ourselves a nice little showdown between Iowa State and the Indiana Hoosiers. Somewhere out in the distance, I hold shift is licking his lips, hoping that these Hoosiers can get a dub here tonight. But more importantly, both of these teams come in boasting great records. Hoosiers 6-1, one loss. Still undefeated, though, is Iowa State.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, this is going to be a testing ground. Both of these teams really not too much contested. Indiana Hoosiers obviously dropping that one series. We're going to see some interesting maps that are to come out of this one as well, too. And I know Alan, as you mentioned, is certainly licking his lips, especially after Indiana Hoosiers national championship. What else would be better than a CCL championship? We'll see if, they can get back past Iowa State esports off the rip.
You say championship for the Hoosiers, and that is a tall task considering what we just saw within the top 5, inside of the top 25 for the CCL this season, as St. Clair just put a smoke show against Northwood, the second-ranked team, beating the fifth-ranked team, and it was not particularly close. If you missed out on that, you can go back in the VOD, or you can just hear it here. It was a 3-0, and none of the maps really were close. That being said, we'll take a look at the head-to-head for the Hoosiers and Iowa State here, and kind of take a look up and down to see where these teams have been and where they're looking to go forward. It's been a pretty great start for Iowa State, all things considered, as I said, of boasting a 7-0 record. But they've only lost one overload, perfect in the hardpoint and the search and destroy still. Opposite side for Indiana, it has been a little bit more difficult, but that doesn't mean that they still don't have a good matchup against this Iowa State roster.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's a fair game. Once we get to the later portion of the split, we're going to start to see who's going to be standing out, who's not. Obviously, that S&D record's going to need a little bit of tweaking here from Indiana. They come in with cool, calm composure, coming up off of that map number 1 into the map number 2. As long as they can maintain some kind of consistency, we'll see a little bit of a turn up. But yeah, this head-to-head's looking pretty solid. If you're looking at it from a black and white perspective, you got to be favoring Iowa State. But anything can happen once we get into the action.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at our standings as well here real quick as we keep jumping forward in this match. And just kidding. Actually, I just got word. We don't have the standings at the moment, so we're going to kick it to the maps and modes, and we'll see what these two teams will be doing duel and battle here in this best of 5 series. Blackheart Hardpoint to start us out in map 1, Raid S&D for map 2, and of course, Iskar Overload will round out our best of 3 at the beginning, and then as we get ready towards the end of the series, should we need to go the distance, Colossus Hardpoint and Exposure, Search, and Destroy in map 5. I think, at least for right now, my bets are on Iowa State to come out of the gate swinging here in this hard point. They haven't dropped one all year long, but more importantly, their pace of play, at least from what I have seen, has been off the charts, and I think that's going to catch the Hoosiers off guard to start off the series.
I think you're absolutely right. If I could just add on to it a little bit, we've already seen one map out of Indiana on Blackheart. It did not come out successful. As a matter of fact, it was an 80-point deficit against Cincinnati Varsity's roster, which, is a tall task in its own, being a top 15 team. Losing that series obviously was huge for Indiana. Right now, it's a bounce back, get their footing here. This pacing down pack here early on. Obviously, you're looking for success in this map number 1. It's going to be very hard to find. Maybe brace yourself for a little bit of impact as we get geared up for the Hollywood Hills of California. What I will say too on this particular series, Colossus Hardpoint. If we get to a map 4, I think we're going to be in for a banger. I was looking at the map series counts for both teams undefeated on this one, and it seems to be one of the favors for both too. So we're expecting that to be a bloodbath, and I'm expecting this one to get to that point.
Yeah, a lot of good teams in the top cut for Midwest Metro. One of the teams that the Hoosiers did lose to, or the only team I should say, was the University of Cincinnati. That was their varsity roster, an 0-3 loss. They played a Blackheart Hardpoint, and that, what you were referring to earlier, 250 to 170. And then that Raid Search and Destroy that came in was a 5-6. So it was a round 11 loss that they had. They went into an overload on Den, and then they lost that series 0-3. But they played a close game against Cincinnati, and I think that boasts well going up against Iowa State here. More importantly, because these three teams, I should say, grouping in Cincinnati's varsity program into that conversation, I really think that is going to be kind of that top battle for what we're going to see out of the Midwest top cut as we keep going forward, or I should say Midwest Metro top cut. But regardless, these are the teams kind of to keep an eye on as we look to push forward. But keeping the conversation just current on Indiana and of course Iowa State, we got our Blackheart Hardpoint coming up here in just a moment as we get ready to load on in. If you're watching this here on this beautiful Monday night, we appreciate you for joining along here. We got one more match after this, but again, we'll keep it right here and keep it current as this Blackheart continues to go through. We're expecting Iowa State to come out of the gates pretty hot and heavy, but Indiana, they could surprise us here as they have all season long. The 6-1 start, they're looking good.
Yep, pacing's going to be a issue at hand. Obviously, Iowa State going to be very fast and rapid. How will Indiana respond? This is their testing grounds. Obviously, the series has got to start somewhere. This one slipped through the net for Indiana. Let's see if they can make the most of it. If anything, get the guns hot, ready for that map number 2 for Iowa State. Let's see if they can live up to the claim that we have kind of hyped them up to be. I don't want to be, I don't want to be just like gassing them up for no reason, but they have got to deliver because this has been one of their maps that, we expect them to do well on just based off the pacing alone. But flying through. Everything should be good to ready to rock and roll here in this map number 1. This series about to square off. We're about to be heading into it. Corn off the bat. What's the keys to success here for Indiana? If you don't want this thing to get too far out of hand, what are we going to be needing from them early on?
I mean, most importantly, it's being able to control the outside lanes. This map is very heavy hit through middle map, but if you allow somebody to get through in the back line, kind of flip the spawns out, or even just catch you off guard, especially here on P1, if you're spawning on P2 side, getting out on that open lane towards the right-hand side, and then being able to cut the deep P3 spawns off as teams are trying to push back into P1, if they're not getting out to dubs and they're not flying in or trying to flip the map for P4, you're going to be in a blender early on, and Indiana needs to be ready for that. So regardless of what side they're spawning on, it's crucial to hold those outside lanes. Make sure you're keeping everything within and contained inside of P1 and in the middle of the map. That way you're going to be able to get good reads, good pickups, and of course the communication on top of that to be able to let your teammates know, hey, this isn't being picked up, this is being picked up. Just making sure things are slow, steady, and more importantly, all under your own control.
There we go. I like to hear it. Love the analysis. Control the chaos there in the middle of the map. Run the outside lanes as fast as you can. I'm trying to keep that same energy as you're bringing to the table, Corn. I'm going to tell you, man, you're a ball of energy. I'm excited to see what what kind of energy both these teams bring into it. Just a moment now, as we are not stalling. We're waiting for everything to predicate and start here for this series. And off the rip, we've already listed a few keys to success. We've already listed our predictions or what we think is going to happen. Now it's all about the team's execution.
Yeah, I'll keep it frank. The lobby reset, so we're just waiting on this screen right here. So now we're back and loading into the game.
There we go.
Let's get ourselves a black card here. We got Gojo already pushing inside of P1 here. On the flip side, I actually think I played Gojo earlier in rank play before they hopped into this. That's actually crazy.
Got his gunny ready there in the ranked gameplay, as you mentioned. Not necessarily transitioning there onto this one, as we do see his first kill come through in the feed. Phobos doing everything he can on the objective, doubling back for the anchoring. Verbos and crew looking to get the ingress here onto the objective. Iowa State right now leading the pack for the time being. Mac and crew, Kraken and crew going to get taken down the outskirts. Right now, Indiana trying to bunker down for those backside spawns.
Yeah, the big thing was Iowa State, they played that south side of the map. They played that long outer lane. But here's a flip through on the back end. Kenny gets through on a good timing, wins a 1v1. Now is an opportunity to push in here to P2. He's got full help, and that's 4 dead. Immediately, the Indiana Hoosiers have flipped the map out with 6 seconds left. They're going to get the first time on P1.
Well, you said it. You listed it earlier. He's like, play the outskirts of this map as long as you can get your feet on this P1, make it as mixy as possible. Control the chaos. That's been huge. And Indiana doing everything they can to hold the fort down. The middle of the map, it's going to be Verbo. It's going to have to wait for some utilities. No. Okay. He is starting to fly at it now as Kenny's going to be the last one on the backside. Not going to be able to win the ones, and that's going to be a real quick hard flip on the backside for Iowa State as they are going to be able to tear on through.
Back in quick on a flank. Opportunity now for a pinch play. Gets one, snaps to the second, looks back for the third. Should have teammates here for help, and they have to push this a little bit more aggressive. If you're going to have somebody go through directly into the back, you have to be flying in the front of P2 time, especially if you've already crossed the way and you know the only one back is out of P2. But I digress. They got the back in 20 seconds on it. They won the gunfight. So realistically speaking, out of Iowa State and Indiana, both teams have had at least an early prowess of being able to break inside of hard-to-hold spawns at P2, as well as now being able to flip on P3.
Yeah, proven grounds here, both teams. Staking their claim for the top 45-32 as we get geared up for P3. Setup early made. Wasn't really chosen. It was kind of handed to him on the graces of a bad P2. Quick break flick now for Quick. Trying to get something to Kraken is he's going to get shut down. The backlines is where Kenny's going to get shut down too. And well, the first wave is going to get shut down. That is going to be Iowa State with a flawless P3 off the rip.
Just holding the back spawns, and you don't read Gojo out long. You do get the turnaround there from Quick, so at least you're able to suffice for a trade. Unfortunately, though, everybody else has fallen in the back end, so spawns once again will prove to be vital here. This is the first time we've seen really a team go ahead and full hold on a money hill between P2 and P3. So now it's going to be about Indiana, how they hold middle map, what they do over on P4. They're going to set another look at this, but Young Lu's going to get good timing. Outer lane might be able to influence the spawns here, and it looks like they're going to spawn back P3 for Indiana, and that's exactly what happens.
Uh-oh, brother, from bad to worse. They're getting connected on through P3 setup. Now leading to the P4. The spawns get dumped on through, and what was a perfect P3 for Iowa State is looking like it might be a perfect setup here for the P4. Verbos going to get tested. It is going to be Kraken, going to be the tip of the spear. Gojo going to be forced back. Here comes the hit. 1v2, not going to happen.
Still got Kraken here and a couple players back time, and it looks like we are going to end things off here. I didn't see if somebody disconnected or something like that, but all right. Well, hey, I'll be honest. First two hills, back and forth. Indiana, they did get ahead on P3. That is one thing I can absolutely say. Or sorry, Iowa got ahead on P3. And that all came down to the back end. It was, I believe, Gojo making the play on spawn side, wrapped over to the P5 cut, was able to find the two players inside a square. And realistically, I think Indiana for that P3 break, what ended up happening more so than anything else, was just the fact that they started solo chowing. There was a double chow that came in, but it looked like their vision kind of narrowed on the map, whereas at the beginning of the game, we kind of saw them have that wide scope, getting information on where everybody is. I think really it just came down to a lack of communication, maybe not looking at the mini map and realizing, hey, that guy just killed his back spawn. I know we're trying to push through there, but he could be wrapping all the way back around. And instead of being able to kind of wrap back and then kind of contain and corral, it was just kind of a tunnel vision on the back end side of spawn. So little mistakes like that, very easily correctable. But again, not exactly sure what there was the reason for the lobby getting closed there. So we will get that to you when we have the information available.
Yep, I am confusion, and I guess we'll figure this out on the other side of this break. We're going to take a moment to catch our breaths. What was a great start, it's now going to be hemorrhage. We'll find out here on the other side of it. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
All right, let's do this again. Back on Blackheart. We're going to start things back at 0-0. It's a full map replay, and I'm going to be honest, I think the consensus of what ended up happening was somebody was trying to switch a class, that person being the host, and accidentally ended the game. So as John said in the back end, that's a first for the CCL, at least on broadcast. So we'll keep rolling with the punches as they come in, but Kraken will hop in through double window. Quick will get a trade immediately out by Young Lou. They go 2 for 2 back in middle map, and it's Iowa State, at least for the initial time, but the Hoosiers inside. Go ahead racking up the score.
Oh man, we fat-fingered a lot of things in our lives. A whole lobby restart? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Nonetheless, no flags on the play. Penalties free here. Indiana looking to take advantage of the rip here in the start. Young Lou is going to be able to brace himself. He would have won that gunfight. I would have fell out of my chair. Backline's now being held this time around for the P2 setup. This is the first time around. My bad. It is going to be Iowa State with a little bit of a 28 accounting to 11.
No, it was the Hoosiers that broke in P2 last time. We'll see if they're afforded that same chance. It looks like Gojo's just going to play his life, throw a couple shoulders in P2. Good shots in the back end. Phobos the first to fall. Verbos tries for the trade. Kraken one shot and should be found out with 6 HP here in just a moment. The problem is reinforcements are there, so the back end spawn now has 2 people pushing in from behind. It's going to be split spawns for both of these rosters, and into the back it's going to be important kills that are being gunned down here for. 8 bullets left in the mag here. Kraken will switch back to the pistol, has a double chow to the front door, and help with Kenny there as well. There's plenty of bodies, plenty of trade opportunities. Who will come out on top? It looks for the moment like it will be the Hoosiers in the back end.
Yeah, good collapse there. Indiana Gonna get the break here. Not as quickly as they'd like, but plenty of time to capitalize on it. Lead still in their hands. 3 stacking here on the left side of the lane. Gojo gonna get the trade. Looking to get the contest on through as well. Kitty says, no, not today, buddy. But it is the trade for Verbos, who is going to be able to get inside of the objective, and that should nearly collapse on that scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3. And, well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's going to have to play his life.
I was going to say, Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2. Looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chows with the pistol onto Quick. Good shots from the pistol. Every single player on Indiana dies to the hands of Frenzy, who's now on 4 in a row. Has a driving back out. We'll swap around. It's going to be a P5 push through here, trying to influence the spawns, but Frenzy will continue on to 6, finally coming and falling to the hands of Quick.
What a freak. He was everything in this play, and right now P3 connection is locked in and solid. Almost a perfection so far. Vobos on the objective is going to be able to find another. Frenzy trying to get back into the equation is going to be on the back line. Contest here from Kenny. And the Hoosiers looking to spark a little bit of life here in this P3. But the most important thing is, did they learn from their mistakes of past? It does not. That split, or that flip spawn is going to get dumped rather quickly, and it's down to a 1v1 on the back lines. And, well, Phobos going to get shut down. The lifeline here to P4. No go.
Iowa State being rewarded for having a few players out on rotation, especially here on P4. So the back end 10 seconds will go to Indiana, but now it's just a funnel house at the front. It's 4 dead immediately. So realistically, just back to the respawn block, now trying to group everybody up together. Player 2 up through middle map. That's a great route from Kenny. Needs to get something going his way. And a 5 and 11 for him and Quick as well. It's just a tough start.
Yeah, tough start indeed. Iowa State. Nothing tough about this start for them. They're going to go ahead and collapse on this 100-point club so far. Contest for Phobos, not able to get the laydown, not able to get the shots, and a 3-piece here for Frenzy as he is going absolutely bonkers. Gets a little bit of help there from the teammates. It's going to be a full wipe. Where are they coming from? You already know it. Blackheart so far so good through the first 4 hills. Looking solid for Iowa State. Indiana going to have to regroup and buckle up for that P5. We'll see if they can get their wits about them.
What an exciting map we have here with 4 unique spawns on it. It is just to die for when you're playing this game. Frenzy still on 5 in a row, looking for number 6. Almost his second of the game. Unfortunately, doesn't hang on to it. As Kraken's able to find 2. Phobos gets in on a quick flank through mid-map. So, hey, honestly, the split spawns work out for them well. They're going to get the back end here for P5. So, this is 60 seconds of time they would love to have. Would put them about a tie game going back into the first set of rotations. But the Hellstorm's going to be in over the top, in from Frenzy, who's at 17 and 9. Looking to rain down a little bit of hell. Nobody's pushing out just yet. This should be a break-in for Iowa State.
That should be player number 3 in the back line. Quick, going to be the last one standing. Is going to be able to withstand that Hellstorm as well. Nonetheless, gunfight there from Young Lu is going to be his demise. Through the front, they're going to have to play it here the last 20 seconds of this first set of hills. They are going to be able to contest for the time being as well, get the full wipe themselves. So back and forth we go. Checkered kill feed to go along with it. And first set of hills almost down. It's getting a bit spicy. I'm starting to like this Blackheart hardpoint here for the Indiana Hoosiers.
I think the most thing I'm impressed with there is just the Hoosiers being able to rally back after the Hellstorm gets called in. Their entire hold gets completely thwarted by Iowa State, and now they're back inside of P1 on a rotation. So maybe P3 and P4 on those 2 weren't great back and forth, but I'll be honest, being able to string these 2 together is putting a smile on my face for the competitiveness of this Hoosiers roster. So if Kenny once again can find himself in stride with Quick there as well, I think that is going to be the difference maker, and it seems like they're doing it just at the time. Yeah, they need to.
They do. Last 30 seconds up for grabs here. It is going to be the Indiana Hoosiers all over it. Frenzy, hot gunny, not hot this time. Kenny there for the trades. Not going to be able to be good for the next, but Phobos able to pick up a slack. And, well, everybody's focused, as you mentioned earlier, on to that P2 objective. Kraken trying to get the early start. Quick as well. They're both going to get shut down.
They should have been able to read the split spawn, or at least a flip out for 1 player on Gojo. But inside P1, it'll be Phobos who falls. Kenny's already pushed out through the back end of P4. He's got 2 bodies here he's going to have to try and take down. First one, gunfight, doesn't go his way. He's got help in the back end from Quick, though. Second shot, good. Looking for the last player all the way towards the deep end. It's going to be a close spawn directly by the P3 undercut window of Dubs, but now it's going to be a double hit in a pinch from P1. Unfortunately, though, it's 3 down. Can Kenny make the hero play? He's got 1, can't find the second. That's good time for Iowa State.
Oh, it is. Last 40 seconds, still into the contest. Full waves coming through. Okay, Young Lu. He is absolutely cooking right now. Backline still trying to be contested. Phobos one shot look like is going to get collected. And Young Lu doing everything in the middle of the map right now, trying to get an extension to go through too as well. They're looking to connect the dots. And well, Indiana, they're going to be left in the dust if they continue to push for these spawns. We'll see if they can continue to mitigate the damage. But as of right now, the last 15 seconds, it's all they're going to be good for.
We're going to find ourselves over by P3. It's Indiana, who have themselves held down and locked at the moment, but Iowa State on the break-in looking for something. Let's take a listen in with them, see what the comms look like on the break opportunity.
Nice looking.
One shot new, Kenny. He's your bullet. Left side, right side.
Last guy.
I'm trying to help you. He shot me. Yeah. He's still behind time. Like left side heady.
Yeah, you guys
square.
want to nade? You guys streak this or not?
Yeah. Yeah, streak it.
That streak, bro? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolute Q, bro.
Yeah, I'm playing for you. One's up.
Absolute on time.
Alright, boys. 1P on 2 on time. 1P on 2 on time. 1P on 2 on time.
Kill time. Nice.
Spawn back. I'll get this hidden back.
Nice.
Wait. Yeah, that's so funny. Weird.
Yeah, I'm swinging new, boys. I'm swinging new.
He's a bullet. How am I losing that, bro?
Oh, I got slammed 2 times. Left side. 2 on you left. Both sides.
One more.
All good.
Start
I spawned old. Never mind, one spawned by me old.
Overall, I mean, the comms didn't sound too terrible, but there were a few things that were slipping through the cracks overall in terms of just like overall communication points, specifically where the spawns were concerned. So not something that I love to see, and well, they're paying the price for it, down by 10, but it's opportunity here on P4 as they hold it down.
Yeah, they do indeed. I think one thing we'll take note of is the post-streak respawn there for Indiana. They've done great on capitalizing off of a full wipe 2 times in a row here. Will that be the demise here for Iowa State as you get all of those kills, but you're not able to capitalize on the hill time? Right now, they are being able to do so here in this objective. 30 seconds left to go, reaching that 200-point marker. Kraken trying to throw a fist. Whoa, hello. Not able to get the first few shots. The land does follow up the kill, but the trades are through immediately.
I don't mind the 4-man gamble stack twice there to the front end of P4 because realistically a 4-on-2 gunfight should be there for you. You just have to walk away with some of the gunfight wins. So Frenzy will hop backwards off the map. That's unfortunate for him. That might lose them the spawns unless Gojo can do something about it. They've still got one more player in the back end here, and it's Verbos trying to take on Phobos in the back end. A crucial 1v1 for the spawns. It's still going to be splits out, and everybody should know this. The parallels come in. It's Younglu who finds one up through square, but the backside spawns should be enough to allow them to go ahead and restabilize here on this Blackheart. But as I say that, even though the spawns are still by P3, it's Iowa State to win the gunfights coming over around the P5 push.
Yeah, Frenzy and Gojo combining for 2. Get the break on through. Backside spawn still a little locked in as it's split through. Phobos. Okay, Phobos getting a little bit of help there from both Kenny and Kraken. Shots were literally hitting on point. Great call-outs, great team shots there for them. Indiana on the back legs here on this P5 set. Double chow, not successful. Kraken able to get the trade.
Still going to be one there. Quick, watching inside of square. Everything has been picked up, and that's 4 dead once again. So it's the Hoosiers on the back end of P5 into P1, where they have found the most significant amount of time. Can they do it once more here on the hole? They've got 2 players still trying to hold on tight here. 10 seconds of back end time is going to go to Iowa State. This is going to be devastating if they can't get back into P1 here. They're going to have basically maybe 1.5 pushes, probably just 1.
Yeah, probably just 1 right now. 10 seconds is the stat line where we will see this. Young Lu playing by the window. That's nasty, buddy. What a dirty trick. Quick, trying to get the trades. Can they get it? No, that's going to be a break back on through. Phobos doing everything he can to stay alive.
Still players in time, though. Phobos looking to the right-hand side. Verbos, unfortunate, though, gets killed by the trophy, and now it's a 3-stack in. 1 player trying to fly forward. Quick has to find 1, but the spawns deep in P3 aren't going to be enough. No time remaining. It's Iowa State who survived the onslaught from the Hoosiers to take map 1.
It's simple. Great opening performance. We were talking about Iowa State coming through with the pacing there for this hardpoint opening Blackheart map. And certainly they delivered. Indiana Hoosiers put their best foot forward. I mean, both times around we saw them, you know, and even in the reset, things were looking pretty solid. As we take a look at the game flow here, where did things go wrong? Well, I mean, it was back and forth affair until we got towards that last set of hills where, you know, P5 was just so devastating. 240 to 212 was that stat line. You only need 10 seconds, and then you had Young Lu with that nasty knife play through the window. We'll allow it.
I'm just looking here. It's like, you know, that rotation that we talked about in the second set where we saw the P5 to P1 where they gained almost, you know, what, 70, 80 seconds off of that? I mean, that's phenomenal time if you're the Hoosiers. The problem is like, you know, you can only go gradual so long before it needs to be exponential. And at the end of the game, that's where Indiana were just able to take over. It was after we had the listen and stop, and it just seemed like the magic kind of clicked for them once again. And Iowa State took command of P4. They never looked back. And that's kind of where I called the gamble stack. Like, if you want to send 4 directly through the front of the time, like that, again, it should be a 4v2 gunfight, but it has to be all committed at the same time. It can't be a stagger push where one person goes in and then you allow the 2 people holding middle to rotate back over to help at hill time. And that's exactly what ended up happening. So realistically, it just comes down to correct play call, maybe not the best execution, but I didn't hate the fact that they went for it. And I think that shows a lot of confidence in the team themselves to make that decision. So I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that I'm saying that the Hoosiers played a bad map 1. I think there was a lot of really good things that we saw from them, but Iowa State just capitalized in the moments where they had the numbers, and more specifically where they just had the communication aspect down pat just a touch better.
Yeah, touch up on those P4 sites. Obviously, that was their demise, as you mentioned. The commitment there, the confidence, just so brave, so stunning, just not enough to get the job done. Unfortunately, Indiana Hoosiers do get the gunnies hot, though. I do like how close this matchup was off the rip all the way through as we take a look at the post-action report. Well, it ain't no joke. 40-26, Frenzy is him with 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the hill time. 20 objective kills. Good God. That man was gunning.
I hate looking at, like, one of the teams being like, ooh, 18-34, 22-28, because like it doesn't tell the overall story.
Yeah.
It more times than not is indicative of how the map went, but it's not 100% going to be like, this is why they lost. And I don't think that was the case in this either. There were plenty of moments where Kenny was finding 1, maybe 2, 3 kills, and it was for significant chunks of time, like whether it was a break-in for 35 to 40 seconds or the back end like 15 to 20 while the rest of the team was out rotating. There were good holds out of Kenny that I saw a lot of those times, and the plays were there. They were heads-up moves. It just, the shots weren't connecting some of the times, and that's okay. As long as you're playing the map the correct way, though, you're going to be able to put your team in a good position regardless of how you're shooting, and I think that's why Indiana played that map so close. Going into the raid, though, I'm expecting a little bit of a different story. I think Indiana will still come out and play with a reasonable pace, and I think the kind of the play call that I was mentioning at P4, where it was like a 4-stack on it, I think that'll be something that we see a lot here on this raid, specifically because I think they're willing to play that team game together. I just expect Iowa State to be able to spread the map out more and be able to have more confidence in their 1v1 gunfights, opposed to trying to play those team fights, and I think that's going to be the difference in the raid, specifically here in map 2.
I like that. That's a great analysis, professional, if I'd say so myself. And you're coming off I wouldn't say I mean, come on now. I don't want you blushing, but I don't want to gas you up, but you also delivered just like Iowa State. We'll see who delivers here in this raid, search and destroy. We talked about Indiana having the upper hand, particularly just because of their matchup against one of the top 15 opponents in Cincinnati Varsity's roster, where they didn't win the map. It took it to a map or round 11. Ultimately, when you're able to get good reps in against good teams like that, it is able to translate into future games. But enough analysis. Let's just go ahead and hop into the action. Corn, game number 2, 1-0 lead up Iowa State. Are they going to be able to keep it, or will we be tied up after this?
Kraken's going to take the route directly into the pillars. Bobo should have information on 1. Semtex deep right, no trophy to hold it back. Isn't going to find anything but great shots onto the sniping player. Over on the white van, though, Young Lou will back Phobos off. So Gojo now just going to keep doing this wall hop over backside laundry. If he connects with 1 here, that might, I don't want to say guarantee lead to 1 of the round losing, but going down 4-3 with bomb across the map, especially when there's full range control to the defense, that's almost impossible.
Could be devastating. We'll see if Gojo is able to land the shots, bring the boomstick. Right now, we're at a standstill. 45 seconds left to go. The Hoosiers looking to make an audible, had a lifeline over towards that B site, and well, Kraken's made his way through to the middle of the map and has just kind of played his life. Quick now trying to capitalize on it. Gojo looking to be the equalizer, has a great line of sight on towards the back blinds, but the bomb's going to go down nonetheless.
It's a far stretch over to the rock, and Gojo actually doesn't see the bomb itself sticking out behind the wall. But he wouldn't have been able to get a shot on it anyways. Kraken peeks for just a moment, but is able to slide back. Throws a shoulder in just the nick of time. Now you look for Quick on the back end. Headshot, tap, and gone. 3 versus 2 on the retake. Now you look to the top window. They still know that Kraken's inside a Tiki. With 45 HP, he jumps in the water, stays alive.
Needs to play it a little bit longer. Kraken looking to take a little bit of the middle of the map. No, Young Lou spots him, trying to make him pay, but it's top shots there from Modern, able to get it through. Kraken and crew now going to be able to capitalize. That is going to be the opening round going in favor of the Hoosiers. a great audible and a read through the middle of the map. Got to thank Kraken, who was there early. Quick there was there early. Nonetheless, paved the road towards that site. And Gojo not getting that shots to land or seeing that bomb plan also played a huge factor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm loving the overcommitment to jump to water there. Like, yeah, you might be able to win the 1v, but you still know you have someone back by Mansion. Let your teammate who's in Tiki play that. You get the close angle there, even if it's with the pistol. Clear out Mansion and then take the 2v1 with a player that you know is in water. You have him trapped there, but I digress. That's just little things here and there. But Gojo back to the sniper. It's going to be Frenzy who opens with a nade on quick on opposite side of the map inside a kitchen. It's going to be one player rotating all the way back over through to B, but Young Lu is on the bomb, getting this down. 45-second timer is going to be the jest here. Kraken inside a raid ring. He is already weak.
What the?
And...
Hello?
Yeah, he's out of the game.
Yeah, okay. I was making sure. I was like, there ain't no way. There ain't no way, brother. He is right in front of you. I'm not sure.
Verbo's not spotted
Jesus, I'm not even sure how to explain that as a crazy round indeed. I'm sure we're going to have some issues abrupt in this series. Already been plagued with them. We had a reset in game number 1. It looks like we're getting a reset here in game number 2. It only fitting, right, that we start to see Indiana start to, really rack it up and, of course, get nerfed yet again by the reset demons.
Yeah, I don't know how many resets we've had on stream so far, but every single time that I've commentated a series, at least 1 or 2 maps in the series has been reset. So I don't know if it's some like bad luck that I bring to the table. But
let everybody know in chat, blame Corn. Just go ahead and put it right there.
Honestly,
everybody, hashtag blame Corn. He'll take it right
used to
here.
It. No, I will take it, high key, but all things considered, I'm not exactly sure when we'll get back into that, but I do kind of want to break down a few of those rounds, even though we've only seen two of the rounds so far. Kind of said everything I needed to say about the overcommitment out towards water in the ending of that first round, but I really do like that kind of like slow and methodical play that Indiana had after they lost that first life and just kind of played through middle map. They didn't see anybody kitchen. They knew that there wasn't anybody over by basketball court or backside topside money, and when they were able to push through that, get the bomb down, it wasn't where somebody was playing up too aggressively. Playing the water, playing your life, and just allowing your teammates to have commitment over the top, be in a position to either have a significant trade opportunity or just be in a position to not throw a life away is so important when you're playing S&D, specifically on raid, where you can get caught out on the worst timing immediately. So I like what the Hoosiers did there. It's been 1 round of search and destroy. I'm not going to go too much into analysis here because we haven't seen anything else, but good round.
Yeah, I mean, you also create good timings too. Like, when you're planting the bomb on A, get yourself in a position where you can't be seen by the boomstick that's coming through on court side, right? So Gojo not able to spot that plant on through. Obviously, you're in a 200 IQ position. That extension's great. Gojo not able to spot the bomb. We also saw some, not being able to spot a few things. Got somebody laying on the ground on their back, just literally
that was odd
for the past 30 seconds. I don't know how brothers stay alive for that long. That was very odd. Obviously, he had disconnected, and that's probably why we, are up the creek without a paddle at the moment. But I'm sure we're going to figure it out as we get along here, as we find out information. Corn can't hold his self. He's going to let you know what's going on. He couldn't hold himself on the fat finger towards the changing class, or we say changing class. Maybe it was a rage quit. No, it wasn't a rage quit. It was a quick change class. No, let's go from 1 to 2. Wrong.
The amount of times that I have tried to do that and almost ended the lobby, I understand it. I get it. Maybe I've never done it in a game where I'm host, but I mean, regardless, it happens. So
that's why I don't host, because I would definitely do that.
I don't host because I don't want to change the settings in the lobby every time, because we can't figure out how to get those working every time that we're playing in the lobbies. Isn't that just a sweet treat? Speaking of sweet treats, we're going to step aside, take a quick break. When we get back, we will see the continuation of this search and destroy. Don't go too far. CCL continues after this break.
Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .2 2.8 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually...
All right, let's do this. 1-0 for Indiana. Iowa State was getting close to the round win there. They're going to try and get a fast plant down on A once again and just running through the smoke, trying to lose the aim assist of Kraken is Young Lou, but unfortunately he will fall immediately. Frenzy, trade opportunity, hip fire shots up close with the AR. Not a shove, by the way. Looks back to the top side of window. Woo! That would have been a highlight clip if it would have been able to kill Kenny. But it's still a 2 versus 2 now after a trade comes in. Bomb down. It's going to be a scramble for the Iowa State roster to get that back and try to get it on A.
Yeah, if he wins that one. That's the gunfight he loses, though. The one up close, no, my friend. Up close and personal with the AR. Not an SMG, remind you. Kenny trying to test the water is going to get shut down immediately. Gojo making him pay the price. Drops the sniper and midst for the AR. Bomb's going to go down over towards the A site. 35 going to be pushed up to 45. There we go. And here comes the hit from Quick.
Oh, he's got good shots on the Verbos. Now down to Gojo. 1v1. This is where you want to hit the domain. As he looks back over to the left, Click is there. Can he get a guaranteed hit here as he pushes the backside of Laundry into the top window? Wants to hop over. Thinks better of it. Wraps to the right-hand side, but they're playing Ring Around the Rosie. It's a full flip now. Gojo on the front side of Laundry. Quick on the back end. And now where will he play?
Brother.
Gonna lay down on the staircase and wait. Quick on the wrap back over to the left. 18 seconds left. Has absolutely no idea where Gojo has went, but now we'll spot him out once again and has to push forward. 11 seconds left. Goes for the 1v. Gets up close. Can he get back with a knife? 7.5. There it is. It is GG in the round. Good win from Quick. Unfortunately, Iowa State would take the round.
Yep. Great job. A little dosey-doing, a little back and forth, a little loosey-goosey on the backside. Just a great way to play time. Iowa State able to strike back in this one. I'm confused now. Is it 1-1 or is it 1-1? 2-0? 1-1. Okay, perfect. Oh, there we go. That's okay. I was expecting it to be 1-1. Perfect. All right, there and through. So great way of playing live there. Good post plant. Obviously, the exit kill comes through. No clutch coming in for Indiana.
Real quick, shout out to John and the production team for getting us that updated score at the top there, 1-1. Keep it up, looking up there. It will be accurate throughout the entirety of this SND, so you don't have to do any mental gymnastics to try and figure out the score. Gojo once again in the top side of Laundry will look for the opening blood. Quick will just throw a shoulder out. They know that 2 are inside of Ring. Is a 2-2 split on the map still? You got Kenny all the way across the map. Not sure if he has the sniper top bedroom. Wouldn't mind if he did just to try and hold that lane, but it's Kraken will fall to the hands of Gojo with a nade that lands directly on his feet. Man advantage for the defense.
Perfectly baked. Audible call over here as you lose one. Kraken right onto that ring side. Frenzy playing cut off in the midway. Quick looking to get the bomb plant down. Is going to go ahead and commit Verbos over the top. Nobody peeking money as of right now. Job's been done. Quick's going to stand on site. So 3v4 here for the hold.
Oh.
Big gunfight on the back line as Phobos able to find one. Frenzy going to be able to capture him on the backside.
And that was perfect to play your life in middle. Frenzy with 11 HP survives and wins the gunfight. Now it's down to the sniper. Kenny, 1v3. Shot not going to be able to connect there. You can blame the aim assist not being on the sniper anymore, all you'd like to. But with an 0-3 in the life count, Iowa State will rattle off their second straight round. It was a good retake. Honestly, all things considered, I really like the setup that the Hoosiers had throughout middle map and over to the backside of Mansion, but it's just a game of numbers. It was a battle of attrition, and they lost it.
Absolutely. Payoff round there. Iowa State not falling for the same endeavors in round 1. Kenny not able to hit the shots there with the snipers there too as well. So hard task to ask. Obviously, the aim assist getting completely nixed out of the equation. Kind of balanced out the sniper rifles. I'm all for it. I love to see it here in COD. It's not COD without snipers. I know a lot of people in chat can agree with that. I'm not sure where you stand out on that, Corn.
Look, I'm not one to speak on controversial topics. Wink, wink. If you know me, that's a lie. But regardless, I love the sniper being in, so not going to hate on it. And we'll see it again this round, but we'll start on Frenzy as he pushes directly through the middle of the map. That's what I was talking about. Offense getting mid-map control first. They get all the way up inside a kitchen. Kraken will push forward on a swim route. Knows one might be the top side of bedroom. He's going to be behind one on the staircase. Gets one. Looks to the water side for two. Still a 3 versus 3. Can you hop up and find one? That's just bad timing. And now you leave Quick last alive in a 1v3.
Yep. 1v3. Bomb's been planted. First gunfight, a little shaky. Quick. Not going to have to recover. Not a lot of time to make this happen. Courtside push.
Ooh.
Not going to have any kind of cover. That is going to be a third round in the row for Iowa State Esports. And it seems like capitalizing off of the resets has been the name of the game for them as they have continued to be flawless on the opposite end of them. So we'll see if Indiana can get their wits about them after what's looked like 3 bad rounds in a row just strung along. Maybe it's just Iowa State playing it a lot better.
I don't even know if I would say it's bad rounds. I like the position that Iowa or Indiana was playing with at the beginning of the round. They just wouldn't win the gunfights. And if you don't win the gunfights, I mean, positioning doesn't really mean jack diddly at that point in time. So now you look to a 2-round deficit after the blazing round one you got out to early on. Won a couple of 1v1s, but they don't end up winning the rounds just because it comes down to timing. And now Young Lou will back all the way off the kitchen as Frenzy still continues to look over this on Laundry. You got Verbos here tag teamed up with him. Great shots at a Phobos. I don't know if Frenzy wanted to hop there, at least for the mantle. But it doesn't pay off. Oh, feet just out to the side. You can't let that happen if you're the bomb planter, because now they know the bomb's down. It's still a 2v3, but you have information. This might be easier for you.
Oh, this is a big pickup in the middle of the map, though. We talked about how map control is pivotal. Whew. Young Lou not able to capitalize on anything there.
Oh, no.
Kraken, okay, free kills off of it. Gojo gonna be out of the equation. Young Lou now at a 1v2. They know exactly where he's at. If he's been counting, shots gonna be fired, not gonna be landing. And well, 28 seconds to go. One player here in red.
Oh,
Pistol
no.
out, pocket rocket, baby. Okay, he's coming out gunning.
Now he's got the last one Kraken backed up all the way, but he's got 18 seconds. So it's a time crunch. On the white van, gets the shot into the right side. Now has to push his way forward. Has the pistol out, ready for it. Gunfight won by Kraken as he lays down and drops to his backside. Rather submissive in the round, but the domination is there. 2-3. Still round count down for Indiana. Crawling their way back.
You know, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, laying on your back is a sign of dominance. So, you know, some cultures see that as, you know, opening it for you to, you know, take the bait. And surely enough, laying on your backside that time paid off and paid dividends. Another round in favor of Indiana. I'd say it's submissive too, but what hell I know. Jack Diddley. I'll just stop. I'm going to quit here.
No, I loved
3-2
it.
is the
I
map
loved it.
count. Indiana trying to strike back. A great, cool, calm, and collective round for themselves.
That was good stuff over middle. Matt Verbos doesn't get the shots in, but it's Kenny on the opposite end. Will win the opening engagement on to Gojo. So he'll be sealed up for just a moment. Kenny up top Laundry. Young Lou now looking to push his way up forward into top Laundry. He has the positioning on the map, and I'd love to see him just back off. I love the smoke usage to get out because he does have the bomb. He's going to lay this down. Does anybody from Indiana look to push this a little bit haphazardly? Answer is no. So 45 seconds is the timer now. Good flank route from Kraken. Gets the spot out on timing on one. Now at a 2v4. You've got to go ahead and find it. And you are just in terrible spots. Playing around the ring. Last alive is going to be Young Lou. And he's cut down by Phobos on the push. Flawless round for the Hoosiers. So after losing 3 straight, they'll double back with 2 of their own. We're tied up at 3 apiece.
There we go. Indiana. Just coming through. No need for Signetti to come into this one. They have found their wits about them after the reset. And finally, we start to see Indiana come back to life here in this Search and Destroy, striking it even 3-3. Will that be the tide shifting in their favor? In continuation. Oh, no, it's 3-2. Jesus Christ.
No, it's 3-3. We're just waiting for that update real quick.
All right, there we go. Perfect. I'm about to say, when you said mental gymnastics earlier, I just got, you know, stressed and tired thinking about it. So I'm trying my best not to think.
Well, Phobos catches Young Lou not thinking. He was just trying to sprint up rock, not thinking anybody would be there. And instead, it's paid for it. Submachine gun at distance, by the way. Kenny looks to get the player inside of Tiki. Weak. Frenzy on the spot. Shall not going to be able to stick it. This has been a very quick round so far. Gojo less alive in a 1v2.
Gojo. The timing! Oh, could not have been worse for him. Gets caught spotted. That time, very submissive and possibly breedable.
Okay.
Laying on your back, 2 men coming at you. That's a terrible sight for sore eyes. Sorry.
Sorry, Cup is crazy. I love it. 4-3. Hoosiers take the lead here in the search and destroy. And his timings have gotten better and better throughout the middle of the map in those opening engagements. They have been slipping through the cracks. Young Lou, again, just got caught sprinting for the first blood of that last round. You don't want to see that happen again if you are an Iowa State fan. Bobo's just hopping over the back end wall. Gojo gives him a little shots to ring out, lay some suppressive fire down, but Quick, unfortunate, has to swap to the pistol because he runs out of ammo with the AR, and Frenzy's able to capitalize on it. So, first blood finally will retaliate from Iowa State, this time on the offensive side. They've got full mid-map clearance, but it is a 3-star spread out for the rest of the Indiana Hoosiers. They've got a triangle formation, but it's getting broken down as Kenny falls.
Big opening engagement. You mentioned it. Getting to that mid-map is huge, especially when you're trying to take up a lot of space. Kraken can't hit the shots. Follow it finally comes through. Gojo going to be taken down. 2v4 Endeavor now down to a 2v3 post plant. 36 seconds on the clock. Post plant setup looking pretty solid as the B-side hit pans out successfully. Kraken and crew now trying to get something cracking here. They're going to have to make moves.
Yeah, but the problem is you've got 2 players up their middle map. So to your point, the post plant setup is going to be very difficult to break back from. Up on 5 in a row. Little run and jog. As Kraken looks to top money, nobody's peeking anything. Playing the backside of water, that's great timing. If you can find it from Young Lou, should find the shots in the back on the second, and absolutely does. So although it's a double back from the Hoosiers, Iowa State will make this once again a tied game at 4-4. We're getting dangerously close to the territory that the Hoosiers lost this raid, search, and destroy against Cincinnati varsity.
Great bounce back here for Iowa State. Indiana Hoosiers can't get so close to victory. You've touched too high in the sky. Got to figure it out here now as things getting tied up, as you mentioned. They lost this map against Cincinnati varsity squad, and I mean, obviously a top 10 team at their own regards. This squad here, Iowa State, looking pretty solid through the first 2 maps. Let's see if they can get the job done, make the comeback here in the search and destroy. Or deny the comeback. I'm sorry.
Oh,
whoa!
Okay. All right. I thought Kraken got the worst timing. Turned around, had a few shots of love. But it's still a first blood off the table in Frenzy. Once again, bad timing. If you're a player playing around Laundry, Phobos trade immediately with a sniper onto Verbos. They get 2 back, and now Phobos can just back all the way off. It's 2 players playing through middle. The Indiana Hoosiers have the south side control of the ring. They want to try and grab this on the A-bomb if they can, but it's a double wrap back through kitchen. Does Kenny get the good timing here? He runs back into top Laundry. Now the sniper's going to push this out in the back lane with the pistol out. First gunfight there. They want to hop out the window in the front. Hopefully so. Right side challenge isn't good enough. Iowa State get the best timing ever. And why are we challenged top Laundry with the pistol there when we got to get the bomb down?
That's crazy. We've had crazy things happen here in this S&D so far, and well, Iowa State capitalizing on it. Map point could be the 2-0 off the rip. This raid, search and destroy, has been really topsy-turvy. We've seen some wild and unexpected things. What more wild and unexpected than a 6-4 victory here for Iowa State Esports? The Hoosiers looking to stand their ground. Let's see what they can bring here in the payoff round. They're going to have to hold down the line of the defense. We'll see what Iowa State can do with it.
Spot nade set up towards middle map. Nothing connects inside of kitchen. Young Lou wants to sprint all the way forward like he's been doing all game. He'll throw a smoke as a diversion. Break out to the staircase. Get on to B. Does Kenny spot him? I don't think he does. And even if he did, he's not going to be able to get the read on this. So the bomb will go down. No hesitation out of Iowa State. The flinch isn't there. Inside of kitchen, Frenzy's got to back off.
Oh, Frenzy. Got to be captured, collected. 1 down, 4v3 here for the retake. Gojo, next line of defense right in the middle of the map. Oh, buddy. Kitty and Kraken combined for 2. It's all down to Verbos. This is for the map. If he can clutch this 1v3, it ain't happening. 20 seconds still, plenty of time. There it is. The hop up, the collection, the capture. We got a round 11, ladies and gentlemen.
And right there, that was I'm going to be so honest. That was a winnable 1v3 because they were just trying to sprint over to Mansion. And if one person gets the worst timing there and you don't get those wall bangs on top Mansion to get them weak as the SMG then starts to push up top, you all of a sudden are potentially giving 2 free gunfights that are 1v1s to Verbos up top. So that got, at least in my opinion, very scary for Indiana. Glad they were able to recuperate, get to the round 11, but now it's the money round. The opportunity to flip this around for the Hoosiers, guarantee a map 4. Send it to a Colossus hardpoint. Up through middle map, they are going to get there first. They've got the set nades. They are sprinting.
Yeah, Kraken. This is your This is your spot. This is your place. Double chow here in the middle of the kitchen. Got too hot. Gojo able to shut him down. Kenny there for the trade quickly.
Oh.
And well, Frenzy's going to be able to sneak through the middle of the map too. This is all of a sudden looking like it's going to be a bad to worse situation. Young Lou getting the perfect timing. Yeah, he's getting one. That's plenty. Now left to 1v2. Phobos, a godlike clutch if he is able to do so.
He's got the M15, and he's got both players from Iowa State spread on the map. But they are going to be able to collect each other in just a moment. Unless he can rip the player on the mansion. Gets a spot out on 1, 71 HP. Needs to be careful rotating back into middle. Map is going to get information on where both players are. So everybody on the map knowing exactly where one another are going to be playing, at least for the moment of time. With 30 seconds left in the round, you can still work this to B or A. You've got the bomb in your hand. But it's a double stack from Iowa State. This is going to be a terribly difficult gunfight to win. But you should be able to get this down on B. You're going to give yourself time.
We'll see where it goes here. Timing could not have been better for him. Phobos now looking to capitalize here in the 1v2. Bomb's been placed. Perfect spot here for the court side. They are definitely going to be playing this by holding hands. And surely enough, the timing could not be any better for Phobos. No, there it is. Gunshots not landing. Gets captured again. That is going to be Iowa State taking round 11. 2-0 in the series. The Hoosiers not able to show up there yet again in a round 11 loss.
If you're going to play the angle, at least get one.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, that is just... You're trying to track him through the air. You get out of the ADS, and you're trying to hip fire there. You got to at least try to find one and fight another day and get the second. You had the timing. They didn't immediately check it either. And realistically, only one round. Sorry, 2 rounds. Excuse me. 2 rounds that the first bloods came through. Didn't go the way of the team that got those first bloods. And would you look who it is? It was the Hoosiers who were able to get rounds 2 and 4, the first bloods in it. And it was Iowa State who won it on the back end of it. So if you're playing off of that, and you're going off of that being the most important metric, especially on a raid, search, and destroy, those are 2 rounds that they would love to have back for themselves. We get to the round 11. Just a couple of odd positionings from the Hoosiers, especially on the offense there. If you're going to push forward and you're going to commit 4 stack throughout middle map and over towards B, it was just really strange to me to see them put themselves in positions after those opening engagements where it was just 1v1 gunfights instead of playing the numbers. That's what Iowa State did better in the round 11, and that's why they were successful.
There it is. Good breakdown. Can't even add anything to it. Iowa State storming their way back here in this search and destroy after losing a quite hefty lead. Would they go up 3-1 off the rip? We got 3 rounds in a row back in favor of Indiana. And back and forth we went. Round 11 victory in favor of Iowa State. Indiana on the brink of elimination here in this series. Gonna have to find their wits about them there in the overload to come. Take a look at the stats here in a moment too as well. 6-5 victory. Second time this split so far for them. And just remind everybody, we are missing round 1 stats as, you know, we had a little bit of a reset. And, well, Iowa State able to capitalize off of that.
11-7 from Frenzy. He was doing a whole hell of a lot on map 1. If you weren't here for it, kind of the route man multiple times, holding out back end spawns. Although, I'll digress. It was Blackheart, but with the submachine gun was holding the back end spawns, being able to get there first on rotations. Very, very influential kills, especially in P1, where he was able to find 2 and 3 consistently for this Iowa State roster. In the search and destroy, we saw no different. It was either A, baiting out an SMG in front of him, and then being able to either get the immediate trade or the tag on the help. First bloods were a must from him every single time. We saw 2 there out of him. But on the opposite end, you look to Phobos, who had 3 first bloods. You look to 3 first bloods from Kraken as well, and you wonder where those rounds went consistently for them throughout that search and destroy. And unfortunately, 2 of them were losses, and they just weren't able to really get a lot of positioning off of it. Iowa State was better at trading. Yes, it was around 11. Yes, it was very close, but there were a few rounds in there where it looked like Indiana should have taken them, and unfortunately, they just put themselves in bad positions time after time. And that's why they lose the round 11 search and destroy.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at here what we got on the agenda. What could be the last run for the Indiana Hoosiers. Scar Overload. If you're just now tuning in, you missed out on a banger of a 2-map spread so far. This one, certainly, if it goes the distance, if it goes past this game 3 at least, I know we're in for sure a banger there for map 4. We got to get there first. Scar Overload. Could be an interesting one now as we're taking a look at this series. Overload it's not looking too good for the Hoosiers. They're going to have to make something happen here on this map 3. Last chance.
I'll be honest, as Overload has had its course throughout the year, especially with teams that are playing together. Obviously, if you're just playing ranked, you probably have an opinion on it if you're either like solo or duo stacking. But if you've been playing throughout, whether it's your collegiate team, whether it's with challengers roster, whatever it may be that you're playing, it could be an XP team on Twitter. Regardless, Overload, at least for me, has grown on me a lot, and I've seen a lot of teams get a lot better in progression through the mode throughout the year so far. The biggest thing for me that I've seen with it is how teams are willing to push pace after getting just 2 down, right? I think at the beginning where teams were just feeling it out, there was a lot of like not being able to put that foot forward immediately, and it was a lot of apprehension after getting 1 or 2 gunfights. But this game rewards the push to the opposite side of the map and getting somebody out to then disrupt your spawns. And once you know where the secondary spawn is going to be, opposed to like specifically on Scar, let's just talk about back green, right? That deep right spawn, that's going to be the primary spawn. The secondary spawn over on red side, once you're able to differentiate those two, if you get somebody in top green, you're blocking that out, and then you can communicate to the rest of the team, hey, they're going to be spawning over by red side, be ready for it. That's where you can really start to push the map, and that works on either side of the spawn, regardless of what it is. You're going to have that secondary deep spawn. As long as you're taking care of that when somebody's pushed up, that's going to be how you have a very successful Overload. And I think Indiana are going to be able to hopefully put themselves in a good position to at least capitalize on that. After maps 1 and 2, again, I don't look at this and say, man, this has been a really bad series for Indiana. They really got to step it up here in map 3. It just comes down to a couple of timings and being able to win gunfights. That's it. And I'm not too worried about it.
I felt personally attacked there with that. That's basically what I was just going to say. It's like they have had very bad map 1 and number 2. You caught me on my BS. I appreciate that. No, nonetheless, what I will say too is just add a little bit more context to this. Not only are we seeing a round 11 yet again loss going in favor of the opposite team there for Indiana Hoosiers, this will actually be the first time that we get to see them this split on Scar Overload. So what we're looking at is hanging in the balance of this series is your first go at it. I hope you've done your homework. I hope you got your scrims down and packed. This is where this series is ultimately going to be determined. The gunnies are hot. There's no excuses. Everything's off the table. Scar Overload is going to be the deciding factor. We'll get that lovely game number 4, which I'm so desperately begging for.
I'll tell you one thing. Iowa State does not want to see a map 4. They want to clean things up and sweep house here with a 3-0 over the Hoosiers, and I'll tell you why. It's very, very simple. They are at the top of the Midwest Metro top cut right now, and they would like to stay there. The Hoosiers, this is all the pressure on them. They are already 6-1. They've already taken a loss. As we get towards regional playoffs at the end of the year and are fighting for conference championships, these matches are going to matter much, much more when it comes to overall seeding and it comes to actually playing for a championship. Right now, they've already got a loss to the University of Cincinnati Varsity, who's also at the top. They're still, I believe, undefeated, as well as Iowa State here at 7-0. They're also playing for that championship spot and better seeding going into the regional playoffs. As a lot of people know, everybody's going to be able to be in the regional playoffs, but seeding is very important when it comes to who you are going to be playing from the bottom side. Have a better record, you're playing the worst teams, most likely from the bottom cut. Maybe you even get a bye out of it depending on how many people are within your region. These things matter and are going to be very important towards the latter half of the season. Indiana, this is a pressure-filled moment. This is where they need to be able to show that they have a little bit of grit and they can bounce back in the series. I don't know if I've seen enough of that so far. Again, I'm not saying that this has been a bad series for them by any stretch. I just haven't been able to see them have the ability to get over the hump towards the end of a game when it matters. That's where Iowa State's been shining.
You're absolutely right. Everything has just seemed to, they find the right timings, they get the right rotation, and most importantly too, on the hard points and in, the search and destroys, they've been able to capitalize on some of the biggest struggles of Indiana. P4, for example, in Blackheart, it was just plundered by Iowa State. The search and destroy, that last round, you get the 2v1 situation. You're not selling a search and destroy round that could have gone in favor of Indiana. Unfortunate for them, they have found themselves in a 2-0 pickle. We'll see, be able to dig themselves out of the trenches and out of it altogether. The overload is where it's going to have to start.
Yeah, good pick up on plain side if you're spawning on the right-hand side of that mini-map. You don't want to get the early flank to white wall. You get players pushed up in through red. Now you have everybody on Indiana kind of tweaking about where you are. Verbose inside of market will look for 1. They're going to have those deep right spawns by green. A little bit closer now as Frenzy looks to push up. Knows another one is up top. Should have help through middle map to be able to push the aggression forward and get the issue going. You know that one's top red. You take care of that player. This is where you grab it and you start to push up. And they were a little slow on it, and this is going to be something that comes back to bite them, I believe.
Yep. Yippee going to be collected. Young Lou and crew looking to be the tip of the spear. Looking to get the quick points onto the board. Stuns out. Yep. It's going to get shut down. That is just going to be overpowering. Gojo, last man standing alive on this side of the map. No, we got still one player in Frenzy who has made his way through. Phobos able to find one through as well. So just trying to be an extension over towards and a pestering towards the backside of the spawn. Not necessarily going to pay off as of right now.
Yeah, that was exactly it. They got 2, 3 down. Were able to push the aggression forward. But instead of being able to get into the spawn, they just kind of sit there and wait, and that allowed Indiana to come off with respawn. Obviously, they're going to be able to get that second wave and finally score their first point, but I digress. It's still going to be something that I'm looking at. Now it's the issue on the opposite end. You've got the bomb spawning on plate side. You can start running this over left. Kraken gets the read on player inside of mid-map. You don't get the timing on the read, and now it's one player left alive that you have to go for, but it doesn't matter. It's a flying push from Indiana, and that is how you play Overload right there. That's how you get a good score in.
Yeah, that's exactly what you were talking about, the map manipulation. You get them in then secondary spawns on the backside. You control it. You run the ball right on towards the score. Frenzy now trying to pick up slack now as things getting heated here in this Overload. Big shallow on through opener. Kenny going to be able to get the trade. No harm, no foul.
I do not mind the wrap back to middle map here in market. If you are the bomb carrier, because now you're going to get the opportunity, even if they're spawning deep green, to kind of play this wherever you'd like to. You're going to get the reinforcements that are going to come out of blue. All it comes down to now at this point is if your Frenzy pushed up into green spawn, you need to get lost, find maybe 1 or 2 kills, allow the team to recollect that bomb, move it forward, and then you should be sitting pretty for a score.
Sitting pretty is the score? No, Gojo. Oh, he flew too close to the sun. He's going to get clipped. Quick going to be traded on out too. Now the map control has been sold since the last score. Indiana trying to get their wits about him. Frenzy. He's just been hot all series. He can do basically whatever he wants. He has been an absolute monster. As we're trying to get back towards that B site. The MP still collected here by Indiana is going to get picked up yet again by Iowa.
I mean, they had spread the map out perfectly there. Indiana were so closely contested in the back end spawn. I didn't expect 3 people to be sitting on red staircase. I feel like that might have been a misplay, at least for the time. The good news about it is they were able to win the trades out, and now they can bring this all the way left, and this is going to be an overextension. Now they're going to have to rewrap through their spawn side if you are Iowa State. First gunfight, now to Kraken, has to win a 1v, and absolutely does against Gojo. Reload down, and a flank for Verbos. Has one in his sights, doesn't realize there's a second one there, so they still have numbers here, but the spawn's close from the side of Iowa State. Should shut this down. It's going to be potentially a respawn here for the ball as they're just waiting.
Yeah, that's a drop ball indeed. Looking at that map control, you get somebody who cuts the middle of the map and gets too free. Phobos trying to pick up the slack. EMP still down for the time being, split on towards that red side of the map. Well, Phobos making the connection, able to get some transitional kills along with it, trying to open up a floodgate. Does have 2 in front of him and is going to be traded out.
Oh, that's good stuff. They had the bodies there as they continue to push forward. Nobody grabbed it, and that allowed the 2 players that were there to work in tandem to try and pick a couple players off the map. So now it's going to be a deep spawn once again, but you can wrap this out through market. You got the EMP on P1. If you can get top green control here, it might be a score a day. They got 2 on the wrap pack. They can flip this B immediately.
We'll see if they can flip it. Frenzy, able to get the trade. No. Gojo and Lou going to be
I love that.
Gone untraded, but the middle of the map, Kenny able to find one. Frenzy, able to get the trade. Progress now going to be halted. It is going to be Indiana who's going to be able to capitalize on a few kills and perhaps a mishap.
Now they're going to be able to push the spawn once again. It's going to be an overextension through the spawn. Young Lou is going to need to win a 1v here, and as Quick turns the corner, doesn't realize that 2 Iowa State players are directly in front of him. But now Kraken inside of Mill gets the 1v, and they don't recognize it. They don't expect it, but it's a drop down up top, and Phobos there for the help. 2 points on the board for the Hoosiers. They get the last second score on Iowa State and give themselves the lead at the half.
Oh, the body block. I thought for sure he was going to be able to deny him, but Phobos able to help his teammate out. The capture comes through in perfect timing. This was everything. This was the first score that Iowa State gets. It's on the back of Kraken going massive. 18-12 is his stat line for the time being. A big 1v3 situation. Of course, he follows it up with the pistol. It's an absolute pocket rocket. And Iowa State down here in this Overload, but we're going to get a flip. And, I mean, we've talked about, you know, maps being favorable. Obviously, Indiana had the favorable side off the rip. They were only able to capitalize on 2 points. Let's see if Iowa State can make this comeback.
Deep nade will come in. One player pushed to the plane side. Somehow Lou gets up middle for free. Whoever was top Lou just doesn't get a good read on P1, but it's an immediate double stack trade, and it's 3 down. Now all 4. This is where you have to grab it. You just got to sprint forward. Kraken needs to find at least 1 here. You cannot let them get through the shortcut under green to find anything here as you're pushing this forward. It's a team kill, and another one comes through. It's the objective. Capped all the way in. Hoosiers immediately get 4 down. They run it through. Frenzy responds, but it's too late.
It's too late. Scores come through. Indiana striking it while the pot is hot. Jesus Christ. Let's go ahead and hop in the comms and see how things are landing here for Indiana Hoosiers.
I'm still alright.
Yo, okay, one more P3. He's going mid-cut right now with the ball. Last one ball. Take space, where we gotta go. I'm low-key going up right, I'm going up right.
Yo, mid-cut. Yo,
2 P2, 3.
Where'd you?
They're pushing up.
P1.
I'm
Got
stunning.
one dead. Got the ball, guys. That's ball.
One more ball.
Good
shit, boys.
Let's go left. I'm getting a left.
Yeah. Ready.
I have pinch. Just keep going.
Top gear, one shot. Top red, one shot. There's two. One more top red.
Okay. All right, comms hot there. Indiana taking complete advantage of the situation at hand. Iowa State just seemed to have no answer back as we're taking a few 1v gunfights that are one too many. Nonetheless, Frenzy trying to get the trade on through is going to be able to get the guns hot. That's going to be the second half. Indiana, I mentioned it in the listen-in. We might have had a lag-out situation. I think that is the case there for one of the players out of Indiana's roster. I'm not quite sure who it was. Maybe it was Kraken.
Yeah, he was sidestepping in the spawn. I watched him spawn up, and I saw him just going like that. So, yeah, I watched him crab walk off the map, and that'll end it there. So, this has been a series of unfortunate events for the Hoosiers and for everybody else involved. A lot of connection issues, and the ending of map 1, it has not been kind to... well, I guess all of us, including the players. So I believe that second half will get replayed out. I'm not exactly sure from where or when. I think the last time we had this on stream, they went and got the scoreline back to where it was for the second half. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that again. We'll find out. But regardless, we're going to step aside. We'll take a break once again. And when we come back, hopefully we'll see the ending of the Overload.
Hello, my name is Michael Wigglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around. And we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders. So that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing CollegeCoD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of, that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of, some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out, kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to CollegeCoD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day.
Oh, welcome back to court. We have a rule explainer coming in right now. I was going to throw a gavel down, but I don't really have a gavel. So we are back inside of court right now. As you see at the top here, let me see, how do I point to this right here? Right here, 2-1, Indiana State, or Iowa State, excuse me, lose map 3 in what is a technical rule assessment. And what that means is they were the host of map 3, and after a score had already happened, even though there was a disconnect, they ended the game. That shouldn't have been a reason for the game to end. So the Indiana Hoosiers were awarded a map 3 win. We go to a Colossus map 4, where we will see Indiana Hoosiers continue their reign forward. It was a close map 1 and 2 that they fell short of. In the map 3, they come back. Iowa State didn't look all that good in the overload. So now we go back to a hard point where they look good, at least in map 1. Another close map of Colossus. Can the Hoosiers overcome what appears to be their biggest bane at the moment and finally get themselves a proper win to force a map 5?
Yeah, this would be the first time that they've gotten a reset, or was supposed to get a reset, or and it favored them. So good for you, Hoosiers. Let's roll. When you're thinking about the rule set, just think about it. It's easy. When in doubt, play it out. That's simple. Don't. I saw you look and make direct eye contact as soon as I said that, and I was like, what is he? At any rate, when in doubt, play it out. And that's the case here as we get geared up for Colossus Hardpoint. This is the map that I had been building up so much anticipation for. And we got to a control Scar, and then we get the graces of this game 4. This is going to be a banger. This is going to be a classic. We're not even going to do a fly through. We're going to hop right into the action. Game 4, brought to you by the Overload win for Indiana Hoosiers. Let's see if they can capitalize off of that here for this map.
I love that opening look. You send 3 statue side, 1 out P3, you get space underneath in the tunnel, and then are able to fully collapse from statue with a 4-man head. That, high key, might be one of the best things that I've seen in the CCL this year when it comes to an opening breakoff on Colossus. However, although there may be problems, it is a slip through on P2. The Hoosiers, they've got double inside of blue. Frenzy's playing super deep. Young Lu doesn't spot anything out and needs to go ahead and push back the P1. First one there. Second, a drop shot in from Quick. So it's a 2-1 trade that goes their way. They'll get full 3. And now they're desperately going to be playing back over by blue. They are graced with a spot close behind Ticket. That was nuts.
That was nuts. That is absolutely massive, especially how quick things can change. You get the graces of a good side spawn. 22-3 is the scoreline as we get geared up for it. Saddled up for new is Iowa State. Get the graces of a good side spawn. Frenzy and crew now trying to reap the benefits of it in the middle of the map. Big gunfight won there by Kraken, who's able to get the hop up and is able to get ghosted. They are able to win some gunfights on the back line, and what could be a full break within 20 seconds would be massive for Indiana.
Yeah, you like that backside pressure. As they're able to break in, they hold the front side of P2 and now can look to statues. They got a double man playing it. And a great P1 gunfight there, won by Kenny. Phobos is just going to tag along for a little bit of fun as well. Gojo trying to stay alive, but it's a side door challenge. One slips into the back. It is Young Lu. There's 3 go down once again. It's Kraken and Quick. And Verbos would be the final domino to fall.
Last 15 going to be grabbed for free. Indiana on the graces of a great break through the middle of the map there. Plenty of time to capitalize on it. They are running things right now. Corn, things looking solidly. We'll see what P3 has in store now as Kenny's trying to get the middle of the map locked in as well. Looks like it is going to be a firm hold off the rip. Blue, the only player here to contest, is going to get instantly dealt with. Gesundheit.
I didn't know how Lou got that far pushed up without having a gunfight get taken yet. But right now, Iowa State are getting spanked out of their shocks. There is nobody that can win a gunfight, and the Hoosiers keep just dialing the pressure forward. Frenzy might try to get a top-up P1 hop here. He's got a teammate with him. We get shots in the back, and finally Gojo will be able to push their way forward. Now it's all about, do you push through green, or do you try to flip out the spawns for yellow and make it a bit more chaotic? Young Lu, shots that went wayward. I thought he was surely guaranteed for a kill there. It's Verbos who will double back, so finally, some time will go and fall the way for Iowa State, but right now, the Cyclones are struggling for any sort of presence on influencing the spawns.
Yeah, well, right now it's split and it's up for grabs. You got one player there for the lifeline, and player number 3, Quick, doing everything he can to play his life, and surely enough is going to be anchoring down for those early rotations. Setup here now. Kenny trying to prevent the overflow from coming through. Is going to get a little bit of help there from Kraken, but as Kraken is traded on through, lockdown of the spawns are in white on the left-hand side of your mini-map. You can see it. It's Indiana Hoosiers. They're here and they're ready to play.
I mean, this is what happens when the Indiana roster is playing together. The Hoosiers are finally having everybody have a good game. Everybody is contributing in some aspect in the slaying department, while the opposite end of Iowa State, they just can't win gunfights to the front. They're trying to get pressed forward, but it's just Kenny and Kraken who continue to go back and forth and hold the kill feed white. Phobos just has the AR over the top, holding strong. All they need to do is just push this out. They've got a block back for yellow. This is going to be so hard to break out of if you're the Hoosiers. And with 2 HP, that's an ego chow with the pistol. Yeah, why not overheat? You're up by 100.
Well, that's a heat check right there if I've ever seen one. Right now, 100-point deficit is what Iowa State's going to have to overcome. Okay, Lou, I know we're not winning very many gunfights, but the freebies should be exactly as they should be, free. Got to earn your keep around here, apparently. Indiana making it hard for everything. Early setup here for P1. Iowa State looking to get something saddled up. We'll see if they can continue to do so now as Kraken says hell no.
I mean, just look what the Hoosiers are doing, though. Like, it's not even a simple fact of winning the gunfights anymore. They broke out on P2 with 15 seconds left. Iowa State had read nothing on it. They were still pushing for the back scrap of 15 because they're already down by 100 points, and that flipped the spawns out again. Now Frenzy's going to have to take a pistol chow. Still shots in there from the Dravik. And now as Verbos pops back up, he's weak inside a middle map, and the trade collapses immediately. This is flawless stuff right now from the Hoosiers. This is something we have not seen from them all series long.
Yeah, Iowa State might be checked. They are just not having it. Frenzy has been the all-star for this Iowa State roster right now. He can't get anything going. On the left-hand side of your screen, it's a sea of positivity. Well, Phobos just going to be able to be content with laying down, is going to take the gunfight in his fall, or fell, rather. The only thing Iowa State's got going for him right now is they have the early P2 setup, and it could be a a setup for a comeback, but with Indiana, everything just going their way, I'm sure they'll find a way to break.
And all you have in the back is now Young Lu. And he's all by himself, and this is going to flip him across the map. Shots are shaky, and there's no confidence in any of the gunfights right now. They're giving full respect to the Hoosiers across the map through and through. I don't know if it's a host difference. I don't know what the setup is here for them at the moment. But even a team kill in the back is not going to thwart this out for too long. Finally, you'll get some pressure, and you're going to push the back in spawns. 8's going to spawn in the back. It was a grid read by Phobos, but Frenzy finally stabilizes. So you get something to go your way if you're Iowa State. The problem is, it's a 130-point deficit, and the Hoosiers can just rotate out to any hardpoint that they'd like to, or send 3 to 4 bodies for the back end of 15 and just close it out like that.
Yeah, they continue to do that. It'd be over here in a matter of seconds. Lou and crew trying to get something rolling. Yeah, that's tough, Kenny. Phobos, quick. Sea of white on your kill feed. Hello, the Hoosiers are here to play, ladies and gentlemen. We might be getting our game 5. Iowa State not really stepping up and rising up to the occasion off the rip. Not really waking up here throughout this one in the second side of hills. Kenny's just continuing to make them pay. Frenzy, where you at, dude? You guys start shooting back.
It's a good pinch, though. And I can't blame him. He had a great map 1, 2, and 3. But here in map 4, it's starting to fall apart finally. You'll see a red flood the kill feed. Frenzy will be playing the time, dipping in and out of green. He's got teammates holding over the top. Good shots in from Phobos. We'll get the player that's at least on the Godhead. He backed off for a moment. Close right corner. Kraken now trying to influence the spawns. This should make things a bit more chaotic here in the back. As you get through, you find one. Young Lu there for a trade. Quick will fly his way forward. Inside of green, the first player will fall, and this is going to give them good congestion time. So Iowa State, where they were hoping to hold here and keep the spawns, they're not getting anything on it. We'll finally get that last player out. 20 seconds isn't even going to get them to 100 points. The Hoosiers can now just focus all their attention on the back end of scrap and pushing through the yellow spawns.
They haven't been successful right here. Iowa State doing everything to hold the line. The backside spawns too along with it. They've drawn a line in the middle of the map and seeing if anybody's going to cross it. The contest is going to come through still. And finally, the gates are going to be flooded wide open. Lou, first initial opening. This is massive for Indiana to shut it down. The momentum now at a halt. And at an all-time high, Hoosiers looking to shut this one out here on this rotation.
Classic back-end double push. You get a bait and switch. You find the final player. Now it's just about winning the gunfights from the front. Kenny there for all 3 players, and Phobos a tag for 4. It's another wipe, and across the map they'll spawn. It's Kraken pushed up, and they don't even read it. He's at 30 and 18.
Man, they can't even shoot back at this point, man. We're trying to make the cross-map journey, and Kraken is just in your spawn, letting you have it. This Colossus map, I said it was going to be a banger. I didn't say who it was going to be for, but you can see it's clearly been Indiana, the Hoosiers, rising up to the occasion, asserting their dominance. Begging for map 5. Where you at, Iowa State? Not to be found here. And a 250 to, I'm not even sure what was on the right-hand side of our screen. What much to talk about. That's tough.
Who's your daddy? That's what they're saying right now. That was belt ass in the highest form of fashion here on Colossus. Finally, we see the fight back from Indiana. We hadn't seen it the entirety of map 1 and 2. We would get down to the end, and it would be breakers. We saw map 3. Say what you will about the ruling. It was the right one for the rule book and the handbook that we have for the CCL. And now we go to a map 5 where Iowa State just kind of looks checked out. I'll be honest. You can see the 2 lines looking mighty different here. First rotation, a total of 42 points. The second rotation, 38, 250 to 80. That is a clinical 100-point club here from the Hoosiers. We have, again, not seen that out of this roster at all. I, quite frankly, thought it was going to be another very close game all the way down to the end. Maybe it's an auto veto for Colossus next time for Iowa State.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously against Indiana. You said it. Who's your daddy? Indiana in the house. A massive bounce back after winning the overload via, let's say it's a forfeit. I mean, you can't end the map. You got to play it on through. Didn't really show up here in this one either. Indiana just kind of doing whatever they wanted to. Stat line should be popping up on our screen. I'll go ahead and say it's a lot of kills on the top side of the map, or on the top side of the screen. It's going to be, or no, a lot of kills at the bottom side, a lot of hill time being collected, and not a lot of either on the top. 250 days, that stat line. 31 and 19. Kraken was the everything in this map. Cutoff man, your tip of your spear, your initial opening, your objective player too to go along with it with 13 objective kills. Just a little under a minute of time to be collected though too. Kenny right there along with him. Massive 2 minutes on the hill.
were getting evaporated off the map. I'll be so honest. There were so many times where I'd be like, dude, how is he dying that fast? That's not to say anything about how the Hoosiers played that map. That was great, but their guns were shooting and they were hitting pretty much every bullet that was coming out. That was, again, just really phenomenal stuff out of them. Loving to see every aspect of that. But now as we push forward into a map 5, the Search and Destroy, Iowa State, again, still undefeated, 7-0. This is the first time that they have lost a hard point all year throughout the CCL season of 2026. It's their second overload loss, something that they're going to definitely have to work on. You could even just see from the way that they were playing the mini-map, the apprehension to really commit to one side of the map was something that bothered them in the overload. That's something they're going to need to go back to the drawing board. And now going into exposure, momentum at an all-time low in this series. You're tearing down the barrel of a loaded gun. It's a first Search and Destroy loss and your first series loss. How is the response now for Iowa State being put in the first Game 5 situation that they've been in? Not only that, but a reverse sweep. This is where adversity strikes. The Hoosiers, again, have full momentum right now. All the pressure on Iowa State for upset alert.
You mentioned it earlier, too, before we got into the score overload. You said Iowa State needs to shut it down here. We can't see them take this to the Colossus. You can't see it go to the round, or map number 5, rather. And what I will say about this exposure, Search and Destroy, this is actually going to be the first time we see them on this split as well, too. So Indiana able to stay alive on their first time Scar overload. Their first time here for exposure, Search and Destroy for both these squads. The toss-up.
And I'll be honest, you look at the exposure hardpoint ban, and I don't want to say that necessarily ties into S&D and how confident you are in the mode, but usually if you're willing to ban a map for a hardpoint, you're not as confident going into an S&D or an overload on that same map. So maybe out of Iowa State, you look at this exposure and say, you know, we just got to kind of stick to it. The first raid that we saw, there was a lot of pressure that they sent towards middle map. They were very quick on getting these pushes. I expect to see a vibrant hit over on the B site on their first offense. I wouldn't be shocked if we saw just a 4-stack on it and they tried to completely take over by force the backside after the P2 push through on tank when they get to that B zone. But again, there's a lot of different things that go there. And once again, we're going to sit on this screen for just a bit of time because guess what? LOL, the lobby restarted again. So you're going to hear us yap for just a little bit, but I promise this Game 5 is going to be something special. Whether it's Indiana, who take down an undefeated roster in Iowa State and move one rung up on the ladder inside of the Midwest Metro top cut, or if it's Iowa State, who hold keen on the pressure, prevent the push from the Hoosiers, and are able to stop the reverse sweep in its tracks. Either way, the storyline is going to be fun. One team could stay undefeated. One team could take down a Titan.
Could take down a Titan. That's a jam-packed statement. Is that going to be the case here? As we're taking a look at it, you mentioned the implication of this matchup. Who's going to be on the top side of what is going to be a regional playoff that you definitely want to be on. You want to find yourselves against an opponent that you might be able to take advantage of. Right now, who's going to take the first initial opening advantage? As we see Lou and crew off the bat trying to take the middle of the map. And off the initial break on towards the site, nobody has seemed to collect anything.
Get a D+ thumb check, though. So long as cut out, Frenzy just gets to the back into the staircase and away from the explosion in the nick of time. Quick will lay down, but you have to look for the player coming in through the P2. Cut Gojo opens the first blood. That's going to be quick out by Dirt. AS&D is now fully cleared out. It's 3 versus 3 as Verbos now looking to push his way into long.
What a wrap here. Lou able to capitalize on the back end. A has been completely cleared out. The last 2 players, they have no idea. Phobos trying to make the wrap. Able to get a freebie. Down to a 2v2. Lou going to be able to opt to plant this bomb. Phobos able to find one, making it an even 2v2 now. But it's not able to get the shots there to land on what could have been a free kill.
Oh, but Kraken. Full chase. Knows one's up top.
Whoa!
Hit fire is good. And that should be a read. Say, hey, that was Gojo. The other one's going to be in the spawn side too. We need to full wrap this out. And that's exactly what they're going to do. So they're reading name tags. They get back over to Dirt. Young Lou will slide out and get into middle map. Was that perfect timing? Or the player Dirt see him out? Over by AS&D, Phobos will now slide back. 18 seconds left. An opportunity now for Young Lou. He gets the shots on. Challenge back to the right-hand side. It's Kraken up close. Who will take it once again? Hoosiers strike first in map 5.
All right, Hoosiers. Retake coming through. Beautifully planned. Well executed. Life almost played to a T. Not the case there.
Take a look at this one more time. And this is kind of how it felt in the hardpoint map 4, right? It was like, okay, well, Kraken is just flying around the map, and it doesn't seem like anybody can kill him. The same thing could be said there. Pretty much every single bullet that comes out of that drop, it is connecting right now, regardless of what gun he has in hand. He is playing this to a T. 3-0 to start out for him. 3 in that first round. Phobos can double it up with 1 and a great read on the wrap back. Now on an offense, looks like they're going to go out on the B side. There's only going to be one player playing it long at the moment. If they try to send this fast, they might be able to get Vergobos on a timing, and he's at 45 HP already, hit with a double nade. Kraken pushing inner. This is going to be a tough one to win if you're Verbos. And once again, the map is just being commanded at the moment by the Hoosiers.
Oh, perfect timing there for the smoke as well. Phobos able to find another 2. Lou, Gojo, last alive here in the 2v4 retake. Bomb's been planted. 40 seconds, and that thing goes boom. K. Whoa! One shot in a dream. Able to win the gunny. Gojo now in a 1v3. It ain't happening. 2 rounds in a row. Hoosiers rolling through Iowa State.
And that's as simple as it gets right there. That was what I was talking about that I wanted to see Iowa State do on their first offense. Instead, the Hoosiers do it. You send 4 over to B. You take full top solar control. You get the first player that's playing on the contest there. You probably have at least 2 players up through middle map, so you know you're going to have numbers on the site. As long as you can get up close, not get caught out by utility on the wrap back from the opposition on the defense, you're probably going to get the bomb down, and most likely that should be a round win. Iowa State now fighting from the back foot. 0-2 down. We saw them in this situation where they were able to win 3 straight at the beginning of that raid. We're going to need to see some of that bravado once again here.
Yep, the same raid. We've been talking about that. It's only so much you can recreate the monster there. We played it for the past 15 years. This one, we're playing a lot differently and very, oh man. A trick out of the playbook here from Iowa State, looking to make a quick hit over towards the B side. Shots not landing correctly. Kraken, though, still able to hit the shots and finds first blood.
I can't believe Lou was able to get the bomb down there. I thought he got terrible timing.
Crazy.
Phobos on a hop-up, nose one's out back right. Should be able to call that out to the teammates, but instead Gojo wins the 1v, and now it's a 2 versus 2. As Kraken is able to find the trade. Good shots in from Phobos. 80 HP, and the last player remaining was young Lou on the outside, backed by the P2 tank. No match for the Hoosiers right now. Kraken on 7 in a row, and I believe he's got the Hellstorm to go along with it because he's not over at the bomb right now. So streak on the table at the end of round 3 for the Hoosiers. Iowa State. It feels like they're at the bottom of the well right now without a rope.
Yeah, it's like we haven't really seen them come alive since the overload. And even, I mean, let's just be real. Even in the overload, it didn't look great.
Why did they not give him the defuse there? I'm sorry to break that off. I don't know why they didn't give him the defuse to get the streak there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he had already gotten it. Surely enough, he hadn't. I don't know what Indiana's taking. Maybe they're just going to rely on the gunny.
No!
Frenzy! No! Iowa State just shooting themselves in the foot, or in this case, nading themselves.
You were the one in map 2 who was making every play on the map, and now you lose Gojo as well. It is just, it is a total demise here. Mistake after mistake for this Iowa State team here on Exposure. I said maybe the ban of the hard point in map 1 for Exposure was indicative of what we would see from them in the S&D. I didn't think it would be this bad. Kraken looking to move forward. Doesn't have the bomb. He just wants to find a kill here. You bait out for somebody, you find a trade somewhere else, but Kenny just playing throughout mid-map. That's just such good patience. Holding the entire cut back. You'll find the second. 4-0. Indiana, 2 away. Almost match point.
Iowa State, do something. Kenny, yeah, this is how you know you're feeling it. Go ahead and slide on out there. Butt naked challenging it at its finest. And, well, they haven't really lost too many of these fights off the rip. Not going to be starting here. 4-0 lead. Indiana Hoosiers making the most of that Game 3 to Game 4 now. A very anticlimactic search and destroy so far. Iowa State, will you rise up? We'll see.
Looks like it's going to be a dirt hit, too. You got 3 stacked on it right now. They're playing extremely slow. They know that they're going to have 1 there for the challenge. And I love that. You send 3 bodies on it. You get team shots, and you make sure quick pays for the over challenge out towards dirt. You've got 1 top window you have to worry about. But is Kraken making the deep flank all the way around? Are you going to be able to get the read on him? This is for the streak. Through mid-map. Does he look left? Does he look right? He looks out to right. Dirt. Dead. Turns back around. Knows that one's long, but it's a 2 versus 3. Young Lou. Verbos. You need to find something, but it's
my.
Kraken running through your rear. 9 straight, streak on the table, match and reverse sweep point for the Hoosiers.
Woo! Iowa State. What are we doing here? I mean, Indiana just running the map so confidently. It's really hard to find anything outside of a first blood and able to capitalize on it, but it's just like anywhere they turn, Indiana's there and they have an answer for it. This map, massive, and Kraken has gotten, I mean, real dirty on it, man. 9 in a row, just doing you nasty. Could be the last round here of this series. Match point at hand. Kraken, gunny shot, run it right through the middle of the map. He can't lose.
First gunfight almost rips the second for the undefeated Search and Destroy. He won't have it anymore, but Young Lu, a great timing up through long. Will spot at least one out to the top side of P3, but they should get the call on the wrap back. Somehow doesn't get it. Now is able to get on the staircase. Second one up top in P3. Kenny wins it 2 versus 2. Bomb is now wrapped back to the bottom side. Frenzy has to win the 1v and absolutely will. I don't think he got the read that the bomb is down, and Phobos will just lay on his back once again, wait for somebody to make a move, and I believe they're just going to double up here in P3. That should be the spotting out of top P3 in the middle. Map, great shots, no wallbang, stays alive.
40 seconds to go. Bomb's been held captive. This is for match point. Phobos on the hop up. Not going to be able to peek that corner. Iowa State hanging on. Not by a thread, but series of unfortunate events there for Indiana inside this building site. Of course, Frenzy able to win that one. As Phobos not going to be able to get any information off it. You knew exactly, you know, what was going on, just didn't have the idea of where. Nonetheless, Iowa State sparking a comeback.
Well, you know what the comms are right now, right? Dude, these guys are terrible. How are we winning, or how are we losing this? One round at a time. We got this. And that's what the comms are right now. Is it break time? It might be. But unbiased call to the full sail reverse sweep here would be fantastic here in the S&D. What a way that would end if we can push this to a round 11. Kraken, deep nade right side, not going to find anything. Player 4 and Frenzy will back off for a moment. Here comes the Hellstorm, and it's everybody through mid-map. You got to get out. You got to get inside P4 or something, and you're going to see all 3 of them scramble and scurry in there. Player up through middle, going to try and get into P3. Does the call-out come through? And it absolutely should. You can see player 6 and Kenny playing the backside, looking for the player that wants to push through. But I love this play from Frenzy. Instead of going up through top P3, you get lost inside a Zig, and now you can recoup. But do you read it in the backside spawn if you're Kenny?
Oh, buddy, Kenny does. Kenny doesn't lose. Frenzy trying to make a hell of a wrap. Loved the idea, couldn't execute. Down the 3. And with 40 seconds left to go, they've cleared out a little bit of the site there on towards this A, but Kenny up here at the top, he's a sentry gun. He's not moving. Forced to reload, forced to take another fight. Not able to get the shots to land. Elusive, trying to get the bomb plant down. Does.
Oh, no.
45 seconds on the clock.
If you're Verbos, you have to stay alive there. You have to read the dirt wrap that's coming through. Young Lu will just hop up, and now it's left alive, all down to Satoru Gojo. 1 versus 4. If there's any man that can do it, it would be him. But he's got to take the challenge in long. It's a double challenge back from Kraken. Body shots to go on top. Why not? Reverse sweep all the way to the end. A 6-1 dominant performance. Maps 4 and 5, not close. Call it Michael Irvin. That's belt to ass. Woo!
Jesus, Kraken. Absolutely cracked their skulls there. 11-1 for the man himself. The body shots to go along with it. I felt it. You felt it. We know what happened. It was a meltdown. Exposure. Exposing Iowa State esports here in this Search and Destroy. Hoosiers coming out on top. And I ain't even mad at that. We're not even going to have stats. Wasn't anything to talk about. 6-1 is the final. 3-2 reverse sweep. Brooms were kept out. 3-0 what? Not happening today, Corn.
Yeah, dude, shout out to Kraken real quick. Hold on. Like, high key, that was one of the best takeover performances I have seen, not just in the Search and Destroy, but in the hard point as well. For him to just pull that after maps 1, 2, and 3. He was playing well inside of map 3, don't get me wrong, but maps 1 and 2, like as a team, everybody was kind of playing. He was playing well, but he just pulled out the big stick at the end and said, all right, you know what? I'll do the dirty work. And that's exactly what happened. Kill after kill after kill in the Search and Destroy. Verbos has a struggle. Really, everybody on Ohio State had a struggle there. We'll take a look at the series and get a kind of full breakdown of our maps and modes that we saw, so you can kind of get a visualization of what happened. 250, 217, 6-5. close in map 1, map 2. All of a sudden, Iowa State end the map after a disconnect in map 3. 3-1 to the Hoosiers, who are awarded the win for map 3. And do we really even need to say anything? We can just look at the scores there. 250 to 80. 6-1. Clinical stuff from the Hoosiers. They'll take down not only a rival, but an opponent they'll play later on in the season, no doubt. Iowa State will fall to 7-1. The Indiana Hoosiers will have that same record, but they will be much happier leaving tonight, as they will now leapfrog and one-up this Iowa State roster in the Midwest Metro Top Cut.
Hell of a series. Indiana must have heard my cry for a map 4, and buddy, did they deliver. Needed to see Colossus, needed to see all of that. Didn't need to see that exposure, though. That was just downright disrespectful. It was the Kraken show. Corn, talk to me. What was your favorite part about that series? I know for sure it's got to be the hard point. It was just so clinical. Or was it the final 6-1 victory?
I'll be honest, it was where the momentum started, and that was in map 3. Regardless of the outcome if they were awarded the map win because of a disconnect and then a map end, before that, they were still playing phenomenal Overload. Iowa State had struggled in that map specifically. It was the only mode that they had lost coming into this. It was the only map that they had lost in the 7 series that they had played previous to the stream. And it didn't look like they had practiced all that much. The Hoosiers were phenomenal in the mode specifically. Like, maybe it was just Scar and the Hoosiers were, Iowa State wasn't that comfortable on Scar, but it was just the lack of urgency when they would get 2 and 3 kills down. Regardless of what side they were on, it didn't seem like anybody was pushing into the opposite side spawn and finding any success. And when Indiana was able to capitalize on that, the reason I think that was my favorite part of the series is because we immediately saw, once they got 2 kills, somebody was grabbing the Overload EMP. They were sprinting either to the left or the right side, depending on where they got the call out from. I could tell that there was not only a sense of urgency, but in the comms, there were people saying, hey, let's push this, let's do this. And they were saying, we need to go now. And that is the biggest difference. For me, that was the moment that the series turned around. That's where the Hoosiers caught fire, and momentum be damned. That is where they kept it throughout the rest of the series. So that is what I say is my favorite moment, because that was where the Hoosiers showed me personally the first time that they had the ability to kick it into that next gear.
This one came down to the wire. Wasn't really close towards the end, though. No. Game 5, Indiana Hoosiers rocking and rolling. That's going to conclude our second series of the night. Corn, we still got one more up on deck as ICC Pirates and the Wichita State Shockers are going to be up on deck. You're going to have a double dosing of Corn and I, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this short break.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting dark matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. It all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile. And then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what CollegeCoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right? In one. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trace is not only my COD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met him through COD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trace was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah, he's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to UNA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like, oh, just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by Seawads. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying Business and Esports Administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I've full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like that.
Now it's time for the Midwest Great Plains Top Cut. The Wichita State Shockers, we saw them on broadcast last week. It was an unfortunate matchup that, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago at this point. I think it was. Yeah, I wasn't here last week. But regardless, we saw them on stream. They played the best team within the CCR. At least that's what's ranked by the committee. And the reigning champions, Oklahoma Christian. That is how they fell to 6-1. On the opposite side, we have the ICC Pirates, who are at 7-0. Both these teams atop the Midwest Great Plains. And technically right now, the Pirates have that spot locked up for themselves. But there is another team, of course, Oklahoma Christian, who are within that same breadth of conversation. So this is a matchup realistically playing for second place here tonight. Who will come out on top? That's the real question. My name is Corin. With me is Verdict once again. Appreciate you for joining us on this beautiful Monday night here as we continue into now what is the top and bottom cut restructure of the CCL season as we push towards the conference championships and the regional playoffs.
Absolutely. Got a lovely matchup. I do believe I remember that Wichita State Shockers matchup against Oklahoma Christian in that Search and Destroy. Wichita State went up 5-0 in the raid.
They did.
Right? And then immediately 6 rounds in a row in favor of Oklahoma Christian. That's the reason why they are the #1 team. Bad per se, but we'll take a look at the head-to-head, see where these two teams lie as we're getting geared up for our final series of the night. You're just now tuning in. You missed a banger of a second series. First one, not so much. It was a dud. 3-0s. Thought we had a 3-0 on our hands last time around, but nonetheless, let's talk about this series. Some flawless search, or not flawless search, but some flawless hardpoints and overload victories coming through for the Pirates. Wichita State Shockers, a few more devastating blows, but they did go up against Oklahoma Christian, which is, for a reason, #1 team. That could be accounted for 3 of those maps in particular.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You look up and down. I mean, to be fair, all things considered, with this Wichita State roster, and you look at the the veteran leadership of Exotic, and you see how that team has progressed year over year within the CCL, they've gotten much better from the place that they were in. It's just the problem is there's like a slope that they have to climb yet again in order to just even get to that next tier of like the top 4 teams. Hell, even the top 2 to 3 teams, like we saw the 5th ranked Northwood go up against the 2nd ranked St. Clair Saints, and the Saints put a smoke show down on them. I don't think a lot of people expected it to be as uninteresting of a series as it was, but that St. Clair roster just looks that good. And I mean, you look at the talent on that team, and I know that's not a part of this matchup, but I'm just going to preface it real quick. You look at the talent on that team, and the talent even as the top 1 through 4 teams. As being the 7th ranked team for the Wichita State Shockers, it's going to be a hurdle to even get to that top 4 spot. So a lot of work that still needs to be done for them. But again, they played at least a relatively respectable series against Oklahoma Christian, and I think that's the biggest thing. But for the Pirates, on the other hand, still 7-0, only lost to Search and Destroy. They've had a really good season so far. They've played some decent teams here and there. They beat the Ottawa Braves, and more importantly, they're looking to at least contend with Wichita State here in what should be a relatively good matchup.
Absolutely. We'll take a look where we are heading here for the best of 5. I knew we probably got spoiled on the upcoming upcoming screen, but nonetheless, we'll take a look at it here firsthand. Den, hardpoint to start us off. Exposure, Search and Destroy where we left off in the last series. Scar, Overload yet again, and it's a double dosing if we get to a map 4. Granted, that case is the case. It's going to be a Scar hardpoint followed up by a Raid, Search and Destroy. So very unique rotation. I know the Den seems to be a pretty favorable map for the Pirates. The Exposure will be the first time we'll get to see the Shockers play. We'll see if they can handle the business that the Pirates can bring.
Absolutely. And I mean, I looked at this Den Hardpoint map 1, and it sucks because we didn't get to see really a great sample size on that first map that they played against Oklahoma Christian, but there were moments, at least at the beginning of that game before it got kind of out of hand in the second set of rotations, where it felt like Wichita State kind of had an identity that they wanted to stick to, and I think that's going to be huge against the ICC Pirates. The Pirates have been a team that has been realistically around for, I think, the last 4 to 5 years as a program, and they have made waves every year. It's been, you know, a little bit difficult in some places, but as we hop into map 1 here, we'll save a little bit of that conversation for later as Chance flies through. Peach is able to get a trade. It's Wichita State who touched the point first, and they go back 2-2 inside of middle map. ICC will have the time at P1.
Oh, Chance. Starting to run and gun it, baby. Gets a bit hezzy for the gunfight. Deucer, wow, okay. Shots a little shaky right there. Things going back and forth. 11-2 is your stat line going in towards the setup for this new rotation. You can already start to see the focus on the mini-map. Players in white, Wichita State looking to shock this Pirate roster. And while they still haven't sniffed out that last player, that's Vapor, that's going to be on the back lines. He's going to be all on his lonesome, and nobody winning gunfights in the middle of the map. Not going to help the case.
Kind of pick 50-50 battle there if you two start trying to slide to the right, and then another one shot from left. So it was just a gunfight that you were almost destined to lose in that situation. Vapor, what a nice little crispy shot there on the Kaiser. Deucer in the back line will be there for trade, so spawns will, at least for the moment, stay in for Wichita State. The Shocker's going to get splits now on the opposite end as you're looking to push in through the roost. Peach there to clean things up, and that's the full house nice and clean as Wichita State go ahead and hold P2.
Solid start here. Wichita State. Stiff out that player in Vapor on the back lines, and it has been murder she wrote. Pirates in a little bit of adversity here early on. Rilo trying to make something happen here. Shots just not necessarily landing. Peach going to be able to capitalize on some shots as well. Deucer shutting them down. SS1 okay, slipped his line, but is not going to be able to make anything happen with about 15 seconds left to go here for this P2 rotation. We're saddling up for new one. Well, I mean, the Shockers already there too as well. This one's starting to get bad to ugly here early on. Pirates need to get something going.
And Rilo through middle map. I'm not sure if he was just trying to play a corner for time there, but he had the entire wrap out from couches into P3. And it just let Deucer slip directly through the crack. So now we have Wichita State, who find themselves as a team combined 12 straight kills, 40-point advantage. And now it's a split spawn all the way out. You look to player 8 who's just laying down. I don't think you're going to read that somebody's pushing all the way through the back end side. Actually, I've proven completely wrong as Peach sniffs it out. You go 2-1. Now Deucer will sit in the corner on 7 in a row. Make it number 8.
Oh.
He is frying here on map 1.
He's got the snapper. That's the way to do it. Deucer, H-streak. Streaks in pocket. Hellstorm ready to roll. Last 30 seconds up here. Shockers. Ain't no shock about it. Deucer just playing his life to the fullest. Is going to finally get sniffed out. Finally, a brick going to come through in blue. The Pirates looking to hold the objective for what seems to be the longest since P1 objective. Peach trying to insert himself in the equation. Yeah, he wins that one.
That's disgusting stuff right there. But on the rotation all the way back over to P4, we've got Wichita State ready in the comms. Let's hear what they're saying as they're looking to hold this line forward.
I have your help on the OE. I have your help on the OE.
Okay.
You want to like lay down close?
Yeah, I've been laying down close.
You have all mid? Or is on mid?
Nothing, yeah, I have all mid. Nothing here. They're going left me for sure. Yeah, they're not soul.
I'm getting it.
One's close right.
Oh, he's mid now. One shot, bottom red.
Got one.
The worst
Another
time
one.
I think in the game. Let's get bottom red. You're going front.
Yeah, not hit. Plat. Let's go plat.
Nice
one. Outer. Roof. I'm spawning back here.
Vapor.
I'm here.
He's
I'm here.
I'm getting your mid.
I'm spawning back.
Could be inner, look here. They're dead.
Nothing mid.
Equal center. Dead.
Shit, nice.
I'm stunning you. I just stunned us.
You stunned us.
You don't remember still?
One drag on me.
What the fuck?
The worst time, man.
Help you inner. Hello?
I'm
spawned up P2.
I'm behind P2. Give me a sec.
Outer going front.
2 dead. Another one P2 dead.
Hard point located.
Small. One shot small.
Outer right now.
One shot small. He's small.
17-5 for Deucer. He has been frying here. Wichita State, they seem pretty calm in the comps right now. There is really nothing that is too pressing for them. They're just kind of playing their game right now. They got a 70-point lead, so it's looking good.
Well, they got a dope logo too, man. Those Shockers kind of hot, man. I'm not sure what that case is, but nonetheless, you said it. Comms are cool, calm, and collective. They sound like, you know, just another day at the office. Rilo trying to make something happen here. The middle of the map. Deucer looking to step them out. Yeah, okay. Shots not going to be good enough for the kill. Oh, puts them on skates for a little bit, and the back line is now going to be approached. It is going to be one player to deal with on the back for this Pirate roster. And well, Peach is going to go ahead and deal the final blow. That is going to be security for P2 spawn setup. Richshaw State now trying to push the agenda.
Now Slump gets 3 for himself. That puts him directly double negative, but it was better than where he was sitting at 4 and 14 beforehand. We're going to look at him not only to grab this time here, which he's leading in, by the way, so maybe not the best performance in the slaying, but at least going ahead and making an impact in the time portion. 130 to about 70. We'll call it 69. Nice for the time being. Inside is the slide in from Kaiser. You get a 3-to-1 trade once again. You don't have the spawns at the moment. I don't think you're kind of fretting too much at the moment, specifically because you've got this line so far pushed out into the garage.
We'll see if they can hold the line. Backside spawns. Is it a threat? Here comes the hit. Slump the initial push on through. Vapor going to be objected. Okay. Exotic also going to be dealt with. Some mistakes were made, but 1v1 left here for the objective. Kaiser says, hold my cup. I've got this. And well, with the last 25 seconds up for grabs, spawn's going to be split for the time being. Doesn't matter. It is going to be the Shockers able to capitalize on a huge break.
Vapor's going to know the spawns are in the back. But the timing could go wrong. Gets the first kill. Chance and Slump go ahead and double for a 2-piece. That is going to be all about the rotation back towards P3. Exotic tries to get a bit dicey inside of Couches. Pushes out into the mid-map of P1. And this is the split now set up for a hold opportunity. This is what I wanted to see out of the Pirates. Last time, they let middle map go for free. This time, they're not going to make that same mistake twice.
Oh, Slump shooting Ghost right there. Peach, shut down. No, Peach? Okay. Well, hold on. Hold my cup, he says. Verdict, shut your mouth. Peach just continuing to shoot. Kaiser as well, picking up the slack there. This objective, slapping is the Shockers. Vapor trying to throw a foot at it. Is going to be able to find one. Not going to have to wait for the retaliations from the crew as they're off the respawn, getting sniffed out. Kaiser's just piecing them too. Exotic able to find a 3 in the feed. Peach finds a 4th. That's a full reset. Jesus Christ. Wichita State running rampant here in this hard point.
It was the Deucer show beforehand. Peach said, allow me to introduce myself one more quick time here. Plenty of skill when it comes to that AR stronghold for Peach. And Wichita State have a great talent for themselves on that roster. You look to the right side of the screen. Backside dojo. 2 now spawning in is 5. Peach will just hold that left side. Knows the second one will most likely be here. Good pre-fire shots to the right-hand side. Picks up into computers. And now Exotic is on the point by his lump sum. You got player 2 and Chance looking to find one in the back line. You're able to get it, but the trade is there immediately. Exotic tries with the pistol chow around the right-hand side, but everybody else should be here for the moment. Trades are good. Spawns are still in. No real threat at the moment from the Pirates.
None at all. Shockers just continuing to run this hard point indeed. Deucer playing cutoff man. Backside's Chance and Vapor. Able to find another is Vapor. Might be good enough for the break. Does get the flip. Comms are there. Push on through. Peach, man, just not missing, buddy. Whoa!
Yeah, Peach is disgusting. I think we can leave that one on the table. Started out slow, and all of a sudden the second rotation came through in at 28 and 19. Yeah, it's not looked relatively close. The Pirates struggling for time, pulling scraps together wherever they can, but they can't get out on rotation. The breaks are here and there. You might get a little bit of contested time, and you get in for a little bit, but you haven't really gotten to a spot where you've gotten the spawns in your favor, and that's kind of just hurt them the entire time. Exotic mid map gonna piece one up. Still got help over the top from Peach, and why wouldn't you think that you're safe? You read the dojo push if you're Peach. Chances there for it, but they go 2-2 again.
Yo, Peach is shooting missiles right now. Cause for concern here for the Pirates as they've got to endure at least another 2 maps of this. This has gotten brutal. Finally, break gonna come through. Deucer on the back lines, able to get some shots in. Peach getting the credit for the kill. Deucer there for the break. And while 19 seconds is the win condition, Peach going to be forced to back on through as a slaying. Is what the primary objective was for Peach at the initial, but is going to be forced back to the objective. Exotic going to pick up the slack. Can't win the second, or does win the first. Can't predict the second to come through. And well, break going to come on in, but the backline spawns here for this P2 setup. It's looking like it might be ending here.
10 more seconds. Back spawn house is being cleaned out. You got the wrap from Slump. Vapor here. Outside Platts trying to hold on for as long as they can. You're not sitting here really thinking that they've got much of a chance to pull this one back from a sizable deficit of about 130 points. But as Exotic looks to push in, again, you're just trying to give yourselves a bit of confidence going into the search and destroy. Back to the Couches. It's another double push in. You've got 2 holding from the front end. And Vapor goes and finds another. So 30 seconds left on P2. Wichita just needs 5 seconds. We're having a bit of trouble breaking in.
Only need 5 seconds here for the win. If you are the ICC Pirates, hold that line. Peach, been hot all series so far, 34 and 22. Of course, they're going to be getting that initial blood to get the break. Last 4 seconds up for grabs. Nobody coming off the respawns. 249, 250 to 143. A beat down here in map number 1. A little bit of signs of life towards the end, but nonetheless, Wichita State Shockers coming through with the victory.
Not too shabby for the Wichita State Shockers. 7th ranked team, doing exactly what we expected them to do here in map 1. Maybe not win it as by a sizable of a margin as we saw on the total score line, but still going and being able to take map 1. Like I said beforehand, yeah, sure, ICC is 7-0 going into this, but Wichita State, they would be right there along with them if they hadn't played Oklahoma Christian. And they were one of the teams so far that has played Oklahoma Christian to about the best series that anybody has played against them. So if there's anybody that's going to be able to bounce back, it's going to be this Wichita State team. As I said beforehand, a lot of great leadership from Exotic, previous Challengers champion. Has plenty of top-level Call of Duty knowledge, and these younger guys that he's playing with right now, leading them up. Peach, Kaiser, Deucer, every one of these kids is a fryer, and they're going to continue to do just that. Might not be enough to get toe-to-toe with Oklahoma Christian, but give them a couple more weeks, and maybe they'll be on upset alert for a couple of the other top teams.
I like that analysis. It's a good breakdown. They're all cooking, man, and if killing was the business, business is damn good. Wichita State locking it in here. You take a look at the flow chart. It was close in the first point. Then it just completely went downhill there. There's not really much rolling there for the ICC Pirates. And what was crazy when I was trying to do my research earlier, this is one of their best maps and best modes. And they had yet to been defeated this split. Well, they handled, I mean, that loss brutally. That was, you know, one where you just don't see the guns firing back on all cylinders. Couldn't get anything rolling there in the first set. Second set just as bad.
Big little split there. After P1, it looked pretty good. After P2, didn't really look that great for the ICC Pirates. We'll take a look at the statistics and the breakdown across the board. Slump had a rough go of things. 15 and 29, 18 and 31 from Chance in the same breath, but 2,500 damage to pair along with that. Vapor, though, was frying throughout the majority of that game. Only 25 seconds to boast, but it was hard and tough to come by a bit of hill time for the Pirates throughout the entirety of that game. But at least we're seeing the two players who weren't having the best go of things in the slaying department still picking up significant chunks of hill time, giving the score across the board. But now we go into a search and destroy, where, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Wichita State, last time they played a search and destroy against a top team, or a team that was at the precipice of their top cut, it was a 5-0 lead that very quickly turned, sorry, a 5-1 lead that very quickly turned into a 6-5 loss where Oklahoma Christian took it up. Not the same map, that'll be later on if we go to the raid, but I think their search and destroy is going to look a bit better here. I wouldn't expect, if they get out to a good start early inside of this exposure, that they'll kind of just piss it away at the end.
Absolutely. Good breakdown, good analysis. Exposure, search, or destroy, not the case. For the raid, blunders will, if it gets the distance, we'll see it nonetheless. Here we are. For what I feel like is one of the better maps to be played in Search and Destroy. We saw a round 11 in our last series. It went the distance. It was, or no, it didn't. That's a complete lie. That was the raid. Never mind. That was a 6-1. It was a blowout. It's a beatdown. Is it going to be any closer here in this one though?
I would assume so. Like, again, I don't think ICC was, you know, ever really in a spot where I was like, man, they're just getting kind of dog pounded. It was more so like they were just kind of struggling and stringing along together, taking whatever Wichita State would give them at the back end of hill time. They weren't necessarily aggressing the issue. So I think in the search and destroy, we can kind of slow down, get the comms back under pace a bit. I think this is where you're going to see ICC really get to set up and form a bit more. Up top, though, Kaiser will have the sniper. Does he see anything? What a snipe shot there. Oh, yeah, through the wall, Papa Kaiser. That's how it's done, sir.
That shouldn't be happening. That's illegal. Good follow-up shot. Kaiser. First blood in it. Another follow-up kill comes through for Exotic. Bomb plant to go along with it, and, well, this one's starting to look a little grim off the rip. 2v4 here for the retake. Schlump. Looking for anything and everything. Exotic. No, don't do it to him, buddy. Buddy. Brother.
We were in prime positioning. for a couple back shots on P3 at the top. Vapor, though, great shots with the AR over the top. Kaiser falls off the map. Wait a second, it's a 1v1. They troll around for a little bit, but with 15 seconds left, you might have to read that this is going to be a dirt hit out to the right side. And instead, you play through middle map. 10 seconds left. Do you get the read on it? Shots aren't going to be there, and now you can just play the time if you're Deucer. Little peek, say hello. Couple of shoulders. You'll run out into the open, and that will be a free kill for the final Shocker player left alive. So, in the opening round of the Search and Destroy, we expected it, and it happens. Wichita State goes up 1-0.
That almost got too close to call. Deucer able to win the gunfight. Obviously, Vapor has been, I mean, he's been absolutely on fire. Not able to win that gunfight. Nonetheless, time wasn't of the essence either, too. So, first round through, Wichita State, Shockers handling business off the rip. Kaiser, we saw you do a very nasty thing last round. We're going to be on board with you off the rip, too. So, we'll see if you can maybe replicate it or give us a glimpse of the madness.
Sniper looks to top mid, but it is a 4-man hit for the ICC Pirates. Independence Community College trying to get this bomb down over on the B site. With relatively no pressure here, Deucer going to be slow walking, holds the ADS, challenges out right side. Good shots onto the first, head glitch on the second. Good respect from the player behind, not wanting to give the life away, but it won't matter as Deucer is still there. Goes for the immediate hop back onto the bomb. Slump going to be here. It is just a straight shot forward from Kaiser, who's got the submachine gun out. 3 for Deucer on a row, 2 there from Kaiser. And that will do it here to end the round. Another round that goes to the Wichita State Shockers, and business as usual.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no hesitation at all either. That's a lot of confidence. And we love to see it right now. Wichita State Shockers giving them the business, the Pirates. Find your wits about you here in this one. I mean, you know what happened in the first round. Let's see if you can, you know, adapt and overcome. Sometimes it's a lot easier said than done.
Should get another snipe opportunity here for Kaiser, and there it is. I mean, if you're going to challenge P3 window, you can't be just kind of slow peeking it and just bobbing your head up haphazardly. They get all the way through ring. There's going to be one in the back line here, and I think he saw one go through already. You don't expect a second player here. Snipe shot, not going to connect. 2 versus 2. Exotic on the staircase. Knows one's going to be on the plat here. He's got the help with him. Now up through the Zig cut. Looks for the pistol shot. Slump wins it. 1 versus 1. Now it's a push in from Zig. Peach. Right side corner. Jump challenge. In from Slump. He'll win it. And finally, the Pirates will get on the board. It's an unfortunate gunfight that doesn't go the way of the Wichita State Shockers, but the Pirates will be happy to get the trades on that one.
All right, Slump. Big 2-piece to close the round out. Takes the victory. Wins the ones. Peach was hot and heavy in map number 1. It's brought down to reality here in round number 3. Finally got something on board for the ICC Pirates. Is it enough to mount a comeback so early in this Search or Destroy to find out? We'll see how they play it round by round. So far, the adaptation was there. P3, I mean, if you're going to be peeking that window, I mean, just... I don't know. I don't think that's the play moving forward.
Double chow long, up middle with the bomb. Exotic will hop inside of the crate. I don't think anybody saw him get close and personal. And he's going to go to the top side of ladder and now can just lay down, survey the field. And this is a spot that you just never check if you're playing out dirt. But Kaiser still has the sniper out all the way in the back. Chance shaky shots at first, but is able to make the long route stick through. Deucer does the exact same on the opposite side of the map. So things will flip out for a moment, but it'll be a 2 versus 3 stabilization with the Pirates down in lives. Exotic gets the call to top P3, and he's just going to get those first shots in. That's dead immediately. Good luck, have fun, Chance. 1v3.
Yo, let's make it... I love that. I love everything about that call. Exotic, you got my vote, buddy. Whatever it is, I will follow you anywhere in life. Even off the top side of that. 720 spins into Narnia, into the Oblivion. Chance in a 1v2 now. Difficulty levels increase. Peach. Shut down. Hold the phone. Bombs in his hands. Chance in a 1v2. Down to a 1v1. Deucer. Not going to push the agenda. Bomb's going to get planted. 45 seconds. Here he goes.
I was wondering who the timing was going to go to. Deucer spots him. Shots once again. Good from ICC. So Exotic, top middle platform, tries to hit the ladder, drops down, kills himself. You got the last 2 there. You take 2 solo 1v1s, and Deucer just gets good timing all of a sudden. Got a 2-2 S&D. A lot closer than it was after 2 rounds. Tell you what.
I still agree with Exotic's decision to jump off the
I
map
don't
there.
disagree. That was fun.
That was exciting. And that's what we need a little bit more of in our life. Some excitement. Chance. Clutch just a 1v3. And all of a sudden, we've got a 2-2 here in the Search and Destroy. Things starting to get interesting here. Kaiser with the boomstick. 5 and 4. Okay,
Finally.
Rilo doing business right there.
So the sniper will fall early on. Rilo will open up. Exotic says, I want to turn. Goes ahead, tries to get to the left. It's just a slide challenge underneath. If he was up just a touch further, he would have found the shot there. But the Pirates, a flawless round and, well, a few extracurricular shots that come through afterwards. I know you've won 3 straight, but the game's nowhere near over. I'm not sure if I'd be shooting bodies yet.
Body shooting is interesting, as we've seen already, like, 3 suicides from... Well, I don't know if I could say that on stream. I'm sorry. 3 self-sabotages. Maybe it's 2. I don't know if I can count proper, but...
I think it was 2. I remember it was like the first round and
okay,
then that
it was
one
2.
there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But they won that first round, so very least hasn't been too big of a deal, all things considered. With the bomb up through middle, they're going to hit the bottom side of ring. Peach is just going to fly with the AR top solar. Look for the bottom side of P2. Nobody slipped through the cracks yet, and really nobody's making a route out towards the B side right now. They're just watching for the push through. Exotic's pushed all the way up through mid-map, though. They don't realize that Deucer is going to be out-turned, so you get free kills across the map. Finally, it's traded out middle map, but it's still 3 versus 2. Numbers here in Zig. That's a bit shaky. 2-2. What?
Oh, Peach.
What are we doing?
Shut down. 1v2 up for grabs. Deucer. Now on the trace, on the trail, looking for any and everything. Bomb's going to get planted in the midst of the action. 50 seconds going to be reduced to 45. Here comes the hit in the middle of the map, playing cut off. Yep, free shots. Tagged them up, bagged them up, wrap it up. 4 rounds in a row?
I'm curious at some of the play calls that are happening here from Wichita State. I don't know if it's just overconfidence after map 1 in the first 2 rounds of the Search and Destroy here, or if it's something a bit more a bit more complex that's happening. But it just seems like these last few rounds, it has just been kind of throw after throw. Like the 2 kills in mid out to Rilo in round I believe that was 5. Round 6, you just have a 3-2 advantage, and then you just give 1Vs. Peach gets caught out in the middle of no man's land over by P2. It just feels like we're just kind of chowing things to chow things right now, and they're not really giving the Pirates the respect that they deserve, specifically in this S&D, and this could come back to bite them overall.
It could. We'll see. First blood's through. 6th time now, going in favor of the Shockers. Exotic on the trail. Oh, business. No pleasure here in this one. Unless your pleasure is in killing, and surely enough, they are absolutely loving it. Chance in a 1v4 or 1v3 grabs. We'll see if he has any luck that he had in a few rounds back.
I mean, he's on 7 straight right now. He's looking for a Hellstorm. I don't actually know if he has the streaks on or not, but the bomb will go down. They give him the free plant kill, but it is the sniper that is playing up long that will send this round to sleep. So finally, Wichita State will get back on track. It seems like playtime might be over. At least for now. I don't know. Dude, those like 3 rounds were really weird. They were just really strange out of Wichita State. It just didn't look like them.
Well, I mean, they do say respect is earned. It's not given. And I think ICC have finally earned it. And well, on a serious note, couldn't handle the pressure there in that last round. Maybe we start to see a serious Shockers roster here in this Search and Destroy. We don't see anything fun and out of craziness. Nonetheless, Pirates still above 4-3 here in this Search and Destroy. Deucer looking to throw a shoulder. Nobody really trying to give him anything to work with.
Well, finally, Kaiser will get a taste of his own medicine with the sniper. Chance will actually find Exotic as well. So both the players on Wichita State that had a sniper in their hands within a few of these rounds will fall to the demise of Chance, who is now at 11 and 4. He is having, again, a phenomenal Search and Destroy here, carrying the mantle with Slump close behind him. Deucer now left alive in a 1v4. Free gunfight given to him. Out on B, I was going to say, one player is by himself, but surely on the plat hop, they should be able to find that, and they absolutely do. So the Pirates now at match point after the first couple of rounds of this S&D. It felt like it was going to be all Wichita State once again, but As I said, you give yourselves a little bit of time. You can get a bit more kind of like collective in the comms, start playing together. All of a sudden, the S&D starts looking better for you, and you're at match point with an opportunity to tie this series up at 1 apiece.
Which Shockers roster are we going to see pop up here in what could be the last round of the Search and Destroy? So far, it's been serious after losing 3 rounds in a row, potentially losing a map here if they don't figure it out. Cross going to be spotted. Kaiser going to be able to get some intel there on the midpoint of the map, and that's going to be the audible call. That looks like they're going to buckle up for a B-side hit. There is plenty to approach here. Exotic going to be the tip of the spear.
I love how the Pirates back off this, though. They know that the hit is coming. They recognize that. They give up the bomb site for a team retake. This is going to allow Exotic or somebody from Wichita State to push up, and it just happens to be Exotic in this case. And they get a blood immediately for it. Now they can just sit back, wait for a wrap through middle map. If Wichita State wants to wrap this back out middle, they have a player there. This is just a great setup, all things considered. And once this bomb goes down, then they can fully attack with 4.
Doubling down. They said not the middle of the map. We're going to go ahead and take it. Post plant. 3v4 here for the hold and for the map. Kaiser, Deucer, and Peach left to hold the site. Aggression. Deucer catches one lacking up top, but the trade's going to come through. It is going to be Vapor and Chance finding 2.
It just can't be something that you afford there, but it's Rilo who flanks all the way throughout middle map, and the Pirates in the Search and Destroy. It felt rather improbable after the first few rounds of the S&D, but they go ahead, they clutch themselves forward, they win it 6-3. Maybe the respect wasn't there inside of the hard point, but in this Search and Destroy, it absolutely is. We are now tied up in this series at 1 apiece.
Final kill coming through. Rilo catches him on the escape out. Kaiser not able to round the corner. In a very successful search for the boys in blue. ICC Pirates. You saw the first 2 rounds were beatdowns, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 4 rounds in a row on kills. Respect earned, mission passed. ICC Pirates shut down the Shockers. And we've got ourselves a series.
All things considered, Pirates, Independence Community College, they gave respect to the snipe lane, didn't challenge directly, and they started playing very quickly on the map in comparison to what they did those first 2 rounds. Those first 2 rounds, they were feeling out the game. We're saying, okay,
love it.
Kaiser's just going to play throughout middle map, and if he's going to play a long angle anywhere, it's going to be with a sniper. If you even see him on a shoulder, or you know that one lane is kind of open, most likely that's where the sniper is going to be, and then they attack that. And I think once they started to attack the sniper and then pull out the sniper on their own side and then found success with that, that's when the game really started to turn around. So credit where credit's due. Chance played a wonderful game. We'll see right here in the stats breakdown from map 2. But 12-4, a carry up by 7-6 from Slump in the background. You can have a bad game of Vapor at 4-7. Didn't really matter. It was a 2-man show.
I mean, if there's any time that you're getting 6 first bloods and you're not converting that into round wins, there's a problem. I know that we addressed, a little bit of trolling off the rip. But even after that, it was time and time and time again where Wichita State would take the advantage and just sell it out. I'm sure they'll go back and look and see, try to pinpoint where, things went wrong after they started taking things seriously. But by that time, it was a day late and a dollar short. Chance rocking a 12-4 stat line, 8 kill streak being the highest. An absolute masterclass from him.
Well, we're guaranteed to map 4, so let's take a look at our map set real quick, because I don't think I remembered what map 4 was. As we look ahead, we got a Scar hard point at least that is going to be there when we get on out of the Scar Overload. But we'll keep things current. We'll talk about the Scar Overload real quick. At least we'll give you a bit of a preview. We looked at the overall records. ICC pretty much undefeated in the mode. And as they continue to go forward on this season, really S&D was their only blemish. So the fact that they're able to take down a very strong Wichita State roster in the S&D, go to a map 3, it's showing me at least that these respawns could be kind to them. We saw Wichita State lose 1-7 to Oklahoma Christian on broadcast, but in a lot of the other overloads that they have played throughout the season, there's only been 2 that were really all that spread out. It was against the Bellevue Bruins and SDSU. Opposed to that, Nebraska and WOSU Arkansas. They played them relatively close. It was only 2 to 3 scores between the two teams. So this could be a mode where the ICC Pirates, if they're lucky, maybe not even lucky, if they just continue to play with the same panache that they had in Map 2, they very easily could topple the Shockers roster in Map 3 and stun them going up 2-1 in Map 4.
Yeah, and all you have to do is go back 2 weeks, as you mentioned earlier, the series against Oklahoma Christian, where, Wichita State took a loss back-to-back in that series, 3-0. Went up in the series 5-1 in the Search and Destroy. They got into the Scar Overload and got obliterated. It wasn't even relatively close. So if there's any notes that you could take in from that series, if you watched the VOD, were you able to capitalize on it and translate it into your gameplay here moving forward? I think that, that's where you got to dig deep. And I do believe that if you want to win this series, if you did allow Scar to pop on through, that if you're Wichita State, you had to have done a little bit of work on it. Will it translate here against an ICC Pirates team who have a lot of momentum rolling off of that Exposure Search and Destroy win? That's a lot of swagger coming in.
It absolutely is. and all things considered, in Map 1, I just want to go back to it because I don't think we were able to serve it justice before Map 2 started. I don't think ICC really were in a state where they were comfortable. I think Wichita State were kind of just moving around the map at will. And there wasn't many moments until the very end of the game when everything came down to that final hold where Wichita State were trying to break into P2 that I actually saw the Pirates push, hold, and sustain together. Because there wasn't a moment, like when they were breaking into P3, they let middle map go uncontested, let somebody run directly through it, and then Wichita State were just able to get 3 without a trade. On P4, it was the same thing. ICC would get close to the window, they'd hit outer plat, they'd be ready to push the backside spawns, they'd get like 1 or 2 kills, and then they would just kind of hold and wait. And there, again, wasn't that urgency there. And that's where I get kind of scared in an overload, where you have to push the agenda and you have to make sure that not only do you have map control, but you're also keeping tabs of where the other players are and being able to slip through the cracks where you're given opportunity to either push the A or the B zone. I'm a little worried about that for the Pirates. But if I can see anything like I did at the end of the hard point, then I'll be a bit more happy. I just don't think Wichita State have necessarily been like too hardly tested in overload, except for by Oklahoma Christian. So this should be a good matchup for ICC to kind of see what they have in their overload repertoire.
Well, let's go ahead and find out who's done their homework, who's done their reconnaissance. Kaiser in the middle of the map, pushing through with a lot of confidence as well. Peach right there along with him. Exotic going to be able to get the trades on through. Waiting for the EMP to low on in. Schlump found his way through the middle of the map, but Exotic going to be able to sniff him out. Peach there to get some shots in, but is traded out.
Good kill from Chance inside of Market. Exotic was looking to push immediately after. Pistol's not going to be enough. Top blue, Peach is a trade. Kaiser in middle map will go ahead and shoot himself a few bodies of Vapor.
Yeah.
Thinking he's enjoying himself in the moment. That might have been a turn on that we saw in the back half of it. Regardless, Exotic looking to push out middle with the AR in tow. Not able to get past the line of slump. So realistically, that south side of the map by red is what Wichita State are hoping to be able to maneuver through. It just really falls down in the hands of Deucer finding those opening engagements. But the full map spread from top green out to the mid cut is there from the Pirates. And now it's just a drop down onto Peach to get this last player. Okay, Peach. Exotic there. 2-piece. Massive. Vapor. Oh my, almost gets the turn there. Deucer going to be able to end his streak. EMP going to be collected. No harm, no foul so far. Trades on trades for days to days. Map control is at an all-time high. Wichita State looking to go ahead and push on through to the goal line. Exotic going to get shut down. And, well, that's going to be Chance and crew trying to do everything they can to push this across the 50-yard line. And if you're Peach, you're happy with that. Beautiful shot. We'll finish it off at the end of the bag on the headshot. But there are 2 players close spawning. One in the inner cut, one playing outer behind the black barrel. Chance at 80 HP, doesn't realize that there's one around the corner. Peach gets caught out for it, so the respawns and reinforcements are enough to hold the line steady. It was a goal line block there in the red zone. Now Chance can push forward out the side of red. Looks down for Deucer. That's 4 dead now. They can go ahead and push themselves through middle map and hopefully get a score. Okay, Chance picking up the fire. Like he didn't skip a beat from map 2 to map 3. Here is the Scar Overload has been a battle of attrition so far. Nobody able to get anything rolling as the EMP resets. Kaiser, man in the middle of the fort, waiting for anybody to push on through. So Mentel is going to come through. Didn't necessarily see the cross, did he? No, he didn't see anybody up top either. And that's going to be a 2-piece in favor of ICC Pirates, looking to push up for a little bit of map control. Well, ICC's got positioning. Player 5 pushing into the spawns. Although it's a kill that comes through, they go 3 down. Let's see how they recuperate off the spawn. We'll go to a listen with ICC.
He's already pushed up 18.
Oh, he's at bottom 18, damn it. He's weak. He's really weak. Just do that. Ryla's still push up right. Like, you gotta take mid. We gotta take
18 on me, guys.
Okay, I'm trying. Oh, he's in on me.
Top right now, Peach.
Mid cut.
Peach hitting through right. Peach hitting through right.
Gotta close mid cut.
Yeah, on ball. On point dead. They're gonna grab it. They're trying to grab it. Last one.
Nice.
We're missing one.
Nice. Kaiser.
Don't grab it. Do not let it reset.
One Kaiser weak. Train.
It's weakest one. Good.
I'm gonna grab this sword. I'm gonna give a sword. I'm gonna back up sword.
Yeah, you good. They're already up red. It could be up red.
Bottom right Peach.
Middle cut.
Peach is in. Yeah, let me train. Dude, two there. They're jumping up top red. Play ball. I'll go.
Right. Back rain.
Oh, I mean, we were talking about it during the listen, and one of the things that we were noting for ICC is they were doing a great job of holding the back line, but once that first snowball hits through, it kind of just feels like it's going to be impossible for them to stop the onslaught of players from Wichita State, and that's exactly what's happened. 2 quick scores back-to-back within the same 45 seconds, and now the Pirates on the really favorable side, all things considered, aren't looking all that hot. They have not had any sizable offensive attempt to the A or the B zone.
Oh, yeah. And Shockers, they smell blood in the water. They're just going to continue to push and prod and poke and whatever they can. Vapor going to be sniffed out, shut down. As the MP respawns there on towards the P2 objective. Kaiser and crew got map control for days here, now pushing them back into the spawn. And, well, I mean, for the time being, it's not looking like they have too much of an urgency to push through and capitalize on it. More so, less just keeping everybody at bay.
Kaiser knows one's deep behind red. Chance will make him pay for the overaggression into top green. Peach top red, good shots close up with the AR, but unfortunately, a nade will land directly on his feet. Good placement from the reinforcements of Wichita State. Rilo up top red, looking for Deucer. Good shots is going to rip the head off of one. Second one there on a flank in from behind. Now it's going to be another 3 dead as they push into the spawn side. Exotic's looking for Slump on the back deep left. Nobody's going to be able to spawn red. It's all going to be far away from this point. Can they get the last second score? Flank now comes in. Exotic finds one, turns back around, has to grab it with just half a second left. They're not going to be able to get it. Once again, a goal line stop. 2 scores in total for Wichita State. Now the Pirates go to the favorable side. Can they go ahead, tally this back, and maybe, just maybe, get over the hump?
Exotic being a man on a mission here. Didn't really start the hardpoint off very hot, but played the objective to a T. Literally being the tip of the spear here right before we get that second score, that first score to come through. Rilo gonna get shut down in the midst of that. 2,200 damage, indeed 2,300 almost. Well, they didn't get a score right there either. That was kind of a crazy feat, though, for them not to be able to capitalize on.
I mean, you can just look at the numbers at the top of the screen, too. The Pirates are getting outslayed. The reason they're hanging on right now is quite literally just because they're able to win the gunfights off of the spawn. No map presence has been felt, no pressure in any of the lanes. And Wichita State are just piling on as they fly forward. Kaiser goes through market unchecked, is able to get inside of bottom blue, now can get up top, and this is where you can start to carve out a path over to that B or the A zone. It's not going to matter, though. Directly from the top of blue, Exotic in through middle map, and we'll finish it off with the pistol. It is Wichita State's map to lose.
Oh, boy. Scoop and score. Heat check here for Wichita State. They are running the tables. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Exotic on a spree. Nades out there for Chance, doing any and everything he can. Can't. Oh, he does can. He does can. What kind of English is that, Verdict? Jesus Christ.
Pistol shots. Deep on. Doesn't realize there's going to be another 2 there. Finally, though, Kaiser will put the final nail in the coffin for this offensive hit. 4-0. So after it was about, I don't know, say 4 minutes of relatively no scores for either of these two sides in that first half, Wichita State has come out of the gun, and Exotic will make another player pay yet again. 26 and 13, make it 27, 4 in a row. Back out to middle map, still has a pistol and the AR to work with. They know he's here. Are you going to be able to challenge him? Absolutely not. Clear the way. The landing zone is open, and the 747 has landed. It's John Exotic.
Jesus Christ, man. These people have families. Who cares? 7th streak in. Finally taking some shots. Chance not able to seal the deal. The one that got away, he's going to make you pay every day. Look at this. An absolute freak show They have been on the hunt for this guy for the past 2 minutes. And he's just so elusive! He can't lose! 31-13, 8 streak earned. Hellstorm as well. This, I mean, 6 points have already been scored. 2 points is... We've followed Exotic here in his feet and his Tyrant. Here comes the Hellstorm missiles to add insult to injury.
It's a complete takeover. He keeps them inside of blue. He's going to bring it directly to the backside of spawn. Somehow that doesn't connect, but I don't think it'll matter all that much. 7-0. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Full red control. 8 streak looking for number 9. Can you swap to 10? Snap back to the left, almost good enough, but finally it'll end. And Peach will go ahead, add insult to injury with another Hellstorm over the top, raining hell down from the heavens above. And as they grab it, look to push the objective forward. Outside of blue, it's 3. All 4 dead. 8-0 to the Wichita State Shockers. That second half was pure dominating bliss.
Oh, boy. What a show. Exotic. He's a ringleader. Let me tell you. Hunt this man down. You would have been rewarded would have been an honorable death back in the day. This one just an absolute travesty. As we don't even need to take a look at the post-action report. Let's take a look at this one. It was a brutal Scar overload. Wichita State strike back very quickly, getting to that second half. They scored 6 points in a matter of like 3 minutes. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was rather crazy. I mean, credit where credit's due. Exotic pushes the spawns out, gets lost for basically the entire half. I don't think he died in the second half. Or maybe bar 1 kill at the very beginning of the round, but towards the end when he was on his 9 spree, it didn't matter. By the time he had died a second time, the game was already over. Deucer was able to push it too. Kaiser and Peach were just making it chaos. And they were reading the spawns every time. Like we were talking about it, like, yeah, they're going to know not only the secondary spawn, but the primary spawn. They were just bouncing back and forth between plain side, holding it from the north side, making sure that they were spawning realistically only back B. And when you're doing that and you can't even find 1 kill, bar 2 coming out, you're not going to have any success. ICC, it was all back foot inside of map 3. They had nothing when it came to actually putting any pressure anywhere except their spawn side, and that is what ultimately made them pay the price. 24 non-traded kills for John Exotic, 3,500 damage. We go map 4, where the respawns have been all Shockers.
And where else to go but Scar back-to-back? We see this series could come to an end if it's anything like that overload. Obviously, the respawns have been favored the side of Wichita State Shockers. Chance doing everything he can to try to save face and maintain some kind of resilience here in this series. We'll hope that him and Vapor can continue to do so. Rilo and Slump, on the other hand, just not a really good map. It's kind of hard to do things remotely, objective based, but you've got a guy like Exotic who is just all up in your spawns, and let's just be real, he was letting you have the business. 32-14, a freakish stat line. Scar, hard point, right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. This one's been a fun one so far. I mean, that search and destroy was a curveball for sure. And I know Wichita State wasn't expecting it, but here we are, getting geared up. They caught you right. Hey, there he is. You over there swatting flies still, buddy?
No, there was a little water on my desk. I spilled it when I was drinking. I was being a little haphazard. But no, it's all gone now. But all good. I will say, all things considered, as we look across this series, ICC, the only map that they had lost coming into this was a search and destroy. They now have been handed their first losses in Hardpoint and Overload, respectively. So things are starting to even out in the Midwest Great Plains top cut. Wichita State, they want to reclaim some positioning up there. I know records can be a little damning sometimes, especially if the Pirates are 6-0, and Wichita State does have that loss already handed to them. But I think when we look at what we see inside of the Midwest Great Plains, it is a very, very tough division to not only remain at the top of, but be competitive in, because of how much talent is within the top of that group. I think at the end of the season, what we'll probably see Wichita State and Oklahoma Christian playing in that championship game, but I have been corrected beforehand. ICC, they want a little bit of something to say about it, so going into the map 4, that is what they're trying to play for here. It seems kind of like doom and gloom to talk about, like, oh, you got to win this game. This feels like a must win at this point in the season, but when you're playing the teams that are at the peak level that are going to be fighting for potentially not only just the CCL playoffs, but a championship at the end of the year. These are the matches that you have to win against them because regular season be damned, we don't have an AP top 25 that puts teams that don't belong there inside of the championship and or playoff game. So
whoa, that was a lot to unpack there. That was a hell of a shot that you took towards the end. I love that.
See, I'm not mad. I'm a Miami fan, so it doesn't matter to me. But.
Yeah, let's roll. I love to hear that. Spitting blazes. We're getting geared up for it. Map 4 could be the last journey here. It's do or die for ICC. Pirates, on the other hand, their map to lose for Wichita State Shockers, who have came through and been flawless on the respawns. As a matter of fact, heading 2 losses to ICC so far on them alone. So you don't want to be doom and gloom, but the sad reality is you need this map if you're ICC to get to that game 5. And if you get to that game 5, you might have a shot at this series.
Wichita State, opportunity to give the Pirates their first loss of the season, very akin to what we saw in the previous best-of-5 series between Iowa State and the Indiana Hoosiers. Slump will find himself directly into the onslaught of mid-map. He's got somebody top green. But this is what happened beforehand. Kaiser goes unchecked, and we get a draw. John, I know you're not on the broadcast right now, but I promise you I'm a curse.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, dude. All right, it does happen. But no, to go back to, I mean, because in the heat of the moment I was listening, but then it's just like I wasn't retaining it. That was just a wild rant towards the end of your expressive breakdown. And I mean, I'd love to go back and clip that. That's gold right there, buddy. We need more of that in our life. Some sad realities and some harsh truths. A lot to swallow for some, but hey, we're here for it. Love to see it now. Get a reset as the rules were not made proper for that last map. That's quite all right. We want to make sure everything's cool, calm, and collected before we get started here for what could be our last map of the night.
All right, well, we got the command that we can go ahead and step aside real quick. So we're going to do that. We're going to come back. Map 4 will be underway in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Final night of this Monday, final match of this Monday night here for the CCL. Yeah. We'll be back in just a second.
My name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, and I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like CollegeCoD League, like that kind of stuff, just with Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some CollegeCoD, have fun with my team, and, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit.
Here we go. Hardpoint back underway. This time we got the right rule set. We've got a bit of a shakeup off the rip. It was Kaiser who was able to go through market unchecked. This time they checked the market. It's still Wichita State who get the P1 time, but hey, at least a little bit of a different look.
A little bit of a different. Some headshot multipliers coming through too for Deucer. Able to get one before he is done. Chance has been everything for this ICC Pirates roster. Going to be playing the objective to go along with it. Kaiser trying to knock on the top side of that blue building, and surely enough, oh, bites off a little more than he can chew. So Rilo going to be able to take the credit for the kill. Exotic now trying to be the backline defense too as well. It's going to get shut down too. So far so good. The feed lighting up blue. ICC Pirates coming to play here in the hard point.
Vapor Wool, the top side of red. I don't think he realizes that Deucer's on the flank. And yeah, why would you? You don't expect that spawn out there. You probably didn't get the call out or the read. But now you can fully turn around. You know that the green spawns are there for Wichita State. Slump will find one. That's actually a big kill to go ahead and allow all the rest of the players to push their way forward. You still have to take care of Exotic, who's top red, and Peach as well. It's going to be a double chow that should be almost impossible to rip off of, but you at least get the first domino to fall. Deucer will lay down. Shot's good from Peach over the top. 3 kills to 1, and a little team kill comes in from Exotic there. Cheeky.
We love a little cheeky. It happens. Schlump. Trying to get cheeky in the middle of the map. Sniffed out. Kaiser able to get the trade quickly. Chance up top. Making a rumble here as the break does come through for the back 15. Now it's all about the focus here for the P3 objective. Exotic trying to play cutoff man in the middle of the map. Is able to find one and is done instantly, is traded out. So Chance now doing what he does most, and that's getting those transitional kills. Unfortunate for him. Bites the bullet to Deucer. Set up here early being made in blue. ICC Pirates have the advantage. Can they hold?
Peach has a lookout from blue. Going to use the wall bounce to the advantage just to get information read out to the rest of the team. Kaiser, good snapshots back from top green. You've got the map basically flipped out. They're still going to be spawning back green here because of the positioning that Kaiser is in. So realistically, you were just trying to be the thorn in the side, play the back contention point. Exotic down low will continue to win gunfights. He's got one more dropping down on top of it. And if you're Rilo, you feel like you got to win that. And it's Vapor who will finally come in and at least stop the time from going to the Wichita State Shockers. But they've got players and bodies back here ready for it. Peach looking out on the right-hand side. Rilo, good bounce shot over the top, dropped directly down into the line of fire. I don't think that's what he wanted to do, but Slump just gets caught with his knife out. Nice.
All right. Wichita State. Stake their claim here at the top. Peach trying to gather up as much time as they can as we rumble over towards the P4 site. Exotic playing the back line. Chance able to find the first blood. Forces Exotic out. Here comes the 2v2 hit. Hey, Exotic shut down. That is massive here for Chance, but will it mount to much now as he's got the back lines, but it is Kaiser who solidifies spawns in the opening here for the P4 site. Bottom blue. Not going to be in blue. It's going to be in white. Wichita State all over it.
40 seconds up for grabs. You can see the pinch coming in from every direction. The spawns are pretty deep in the back, so you're going to be able to push a sizable amount forward. You get 3 for it. Slump with a costly mistake on himself. But that will flip the map out completely. You have Rilo trying to find Exotic, but you have help there from the weak side. Now up to top blue. Vapor on the cross. He gives away his position. Doesn't pepper anybody up, but it's still blue that's coming in. Peach will slide through. He's able to find a double. Kaiser there for help, and now it's all about containing and corralling. Getting out across the map for P5 as Wichita is the first team to cross the 100-point mark.
Oh, brother. Wichita get the 100-point club now. The rotation's over being made. They have solidified. Peach just playing a cheeky off angle. Waiting for anybody to cut on through. Premature shots. Doesn't matter. Able to find one, but Vapor able to shut you down. Backline still being approached here. And for the first 15 seconds, not even moderately contested. Wichita State continuing to run away with it.
At a certain point, somebody's going to start asking, hey, somebody help Chance. Can we get Chance some help? Somebody. At 20-11 right now, he's frying. There's really not anybody else that's there. I mean, he's been very influential in being able to at least get a few moments of positioning for ICC. Other than that, though, those 49 points have been really tooth and nail fought for. From the front side, you'll get top green control if you're Slump. You're going to reload that M15. Unfortunately, Deucer will be ready, and there's 2 people playing top green. You really don't ever expect 2 to be up top green, but it's the bait and switch out where John will just run forward. You got a few other players here still trying to play the sport over the top, but it's Vapor who finds himself on 5 in a row, playing for a potential streak here. Realistically speaking, this is probably the first time that we've seen a break that went well for the Pirates. The problem is, it came with 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great team effort to build off of, but we saw the woes from the first hard point, right? You get snowballed into a 100-point deficit, and by the time you wake up here in the hard point, it's, you know, a day late and a dollar short. And while P1's being played very well by the Shockers, Rilo up top trying to make something happen. There was is able to find one with the nade. Route being made in the middle of the map. Exotic trying to chop any and everybody down is going to get chopped down himself.
Tell you what, Pirates are starting to shoot back at least a little bit. They genuinely have been giving themselves a good bit of map control here. It's just the trades are the most important thing. You can have a couple of hot gunfights that go your way, but if you're not able to stay on top of the main advantage, then it really is all for naught. Riley will drop down, find Kaiser on rotation. Chance finds another. Each up top. Back behind the Moose mural. Somehow he stays alive. I'm really not quite sure how he's able to do that.
He was like, if I just stand still, maybe they won't see me. Of course, I know he's trying to make the jump up. Very unfortunate. Vapor to the middle map. Comes a gun in there too. Finally, we're starting to see something come back to life here for the boys in blue. Guys are going to be gunned down. Hold the phones. Vapor. Play in the middle of the map to perfection. Line's being held here from Schlump. Top side, you got 3 pushing. Okay, tags them all. And gets the headshot to follow up on through. Slumping crew starting to wake up.
I mean, it was the rat back from Wichita State that I loved there. But the Pirates just hold strong. I thought Wichita State was going to really put themselves in a good position after finding those first 2 kills. But the Pirates were just able to make the best out of it. They recognized where the spawns were flipping out at. They got in behind a couple people, and then they were like, hey, let's go ahead and break this. They did give up the back 20 seconds, and this close to the 200-point mark, the Shockers are kind of just running away with it at this point. If you're the Pirates, it's time for go mode if it hasn't been already. Nice little bit of snow there. John Exotic wanted to cool himself down.
Yeah, he did. Something's got to cool him down. The series, he's been an absolute unit. Chance the same on the flip side. 28-19, only a little bit of time to show for it, but I am all on board with John Exotic and his 367-20 dismounts or whatever the hell he's got up his sleeve.
Awkward gunfight from Peach as he slides forward. Good read on the spawns there as they come up through mid-cut. Slum will grab some much-needed time. And all things considered, 30 seconds is not bad time here, albeit a deficit is still here. Now it's a push forward from Peach, though, goes relatively unchecked. Nobody from top lane was able to go for the contestation. And it's another clean kill feed for Wichita State, broken up in the back end of spawn. I don't think they know that Vapor's here, so Deucer... maybe the trigger discipline's not good. I have no idea how they just spawned behind him. That's actually criminal.
Illegal! Okay! Chance! Just run at him, big dog. Do what you gotta do. Backline's approached. It is gonna be ICC Pirates with the opening investment here in the early rotation. They get the saddle up. Kaiser spoiling it. Just spoiling it. Just, I mean, complete chaos and pandemonium, and he's just doing what he does. Hello.
Goodbye. See you soon.
Adios and vaya con Dios.
Whatever he said. I agree. Slump at P4. Deucer down the staircase. Backside, why not give another? Not going to be able to win it here, but as we say all the time, they're going to be damn close. Over to P5, they'll have to go. Exotic in middle map. Deucer, how are you not challenging him? Like, if you're going to go to the back, go to the back. You need the timer to stay alive. I just don't get it. Oh, man.
Oh, brother. Yeah, we've been going through a double dose of Scar here, not favorable to the ICC Pirates.
Oh, they get to spawn in, too.
Oh, brother. Whoa! Just ridiculous, man.
No, that made sense, at least for now.
Yeah.
But as Deucer's up on the top end, it's only 4 seconds that they're going to need. Jump shot across the middle. Left side, it's Deucer. Can you put the final cap on it? Well, Kaiser will do that just for you. 2 more points, and they'll go ahead and take it. Wichita State gets to the 250 mark first, and by quite a margin, only 121 measly points on the opposite end for the Pirates. They will be handed their first loss of the 2026 CCL season, and Wichita State will move up another rung, back to 2nd place in the Midwest. I believe it's the Great Plains top cut. Yeah, we were Metro last time, sorry.
Vapor getting to play the game there. We'll take a look at the breakdown here of where things went wrong. Well, I mean, we'll just say things that went right for Wichita State. No shocking about it. A very contested P1 to a hard setup on the P2 site. And, you know, Wichita State really never looked back in the rearview mirror. We saw little signs of life out of the Pirates. Nonetheless, they dropped their first series of this split, as well as the first 2 hard points of it as well, too. So they've been flawless through, and then they meet Wichita State Shockers, and wouldn't you know, they've got the keys to success here in the Scar Hardpoint, as well as the Overload and the Den Hardpoint.
Take a look at the stats real quick. Recap as we do every time. Got ourselves a little peach down there. 27 and 23. 3,500 damage leads the way overall when it comes to sling. Opposite side, once again, we looked at Chance. With 33 for himself, 21 non-traded. Actually, outdid Peach when it came to the overall damage on the map. Just not a lot of hill time to go along with it, but was influential in breaking into those different hard points where ICC were able to accrue the most time out of them. When you look at the entirety of the roster on the opposite end, it doesn't look all that great for the ICC Pirates. But this is going to be one that they can learn a lot from. They played them relatively close. It's not one of those games where they just kind of got smoked the entire time and there was no rhyme or reason to a lot of the stuff that they were doing. I think this is going to give them a real opportunity to go back, kind of break things down in the lab. Watch the VOD, get better, improve as a team, and yeah, I don't think Independence and Community College is going to be done. It's not the last time that we're going to see their name throughout the rest of this season. They'll most likely be fighting towards the end. Maybe not for the conference championship. It's going to be tough now that you've lost to Wichita State and you get Oklahoma Christian later on the schedule. But at the very least right now, it's all about just making sure that you can maintain your face. Take every week at a time.
That's it. Take it a week at a time. Take it a match at a time. Take it a game at a time. As we take a look at the best 5 spread, didn't quite get to that game 5. First map in. You said it wasn't a bad performance out of the Pirates. Just wasn't a great one. It started to turn the Jets on just a little too late. 6-3 exposure, search and destroy victory. I know Wichita is going to go back and see, you know, I don't know if they're going to rewatch this spot. I hope they do, because a 6-3 loss is quite remarkable. But the 8-0 Scar Overload, nothing to scoff at there, as well as another 250 to 121. The Shockers coming through, assert their dominance.
It's funny. Your best mode against Oklahoma Christian is simultaneously your worst mode against the Pirates roster.
Right.
But on paper, it might not be at the same strength, but regardless, credit where credit is due to the Wichita State Shockers. Of course, a 3-1 victory gives them a 7-1 record for the rest of this season. Same with the ICC Pirates. Before we go ahead and close things out here, verdict. It's been a pleasure. First time we've gotten to work together on broadcast before. It's been a fun time. Good energy between the two of us. I like the way we bounce back and forth.
I agree, man. I have to say, man, anybody, I can vibe with like that. I was just trying to match your energy at first, but then I was like, no, I need to let the beast wild. I need to let that peacock fly, okay? I needed to let him do his thing, and boy, did you. It was a blast, man. I had fun. You thought we've been casting together for years.
Absolutely. Any closing thoughts on the matches as a totality between Wichita and the Pirates, or any other matches we saw tonight?
Man, I got to go back and rewatch the VOD on that second series. If you're just now tuning in, you missed, a great, 3-game or 3-match spread. That second series was a banger until it wasn't banging at the end. Just go back and rewatch it. You'll thank me later.
No, it was a great time. Both of the matches that we had, for at least for us in the night, were great. And earlier in the day, St. Clair, just a smoke show against Northwood. Not something that a lot of people probably expected to be the results of that series. But, hey, that just leaves a lot more for storylines later on in the season. We'll be back, of course, again tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we are for our regularly scheduled programming here for the first week of the divisional restructure for CCL. But until that point in time, on behalf of myself, Verdict, everybody else in the CCL production staff, and all the players that came out and enjoyed some matches tonight, and of course you fans at home, we hope you have a wonderful, safe rest of your night. We'll see you back here at 7:30 tomorrow for more CCL action.